Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known most days as Ron, and we're here to stream some EVE Online. Apologize for having to cancel out on the viewer mining event yesterday, so we're going to try to do it today. Unfortunately, they did some maintenance on the electrical grid here, and nobody in the immediate area had power for the whole day yesterday, so I appreciate that, RavenGalactic. Thanks, DLH. I do have my coffee. Definitely needed it this morning. And appreciate Jerry Can. That's out there. TheVentedOne. Appreciate you guys being here. Hopefully, no more crashes for a while. Exactly. Hopefully, whatever they did. Honestly, what we saw them doing when we drove to Lipa was they were working on streetlights, which really isn't giving me the warm fuzzy I'm looking for, but who knows? Maybe the rain was shorting out the street lights, which was shorting out the power grid. I have no idea. Not my thing. So if it keeps us from losing power again, I'll be super happy. So I just saw Jackson come into actually Eve. No, I don't see him in the in-game channel. So maybe he's somewhere else. Congratulations to almonxy and Millen Messina for joining the corp. So PC overheated waiting to join you. Yeah, so we lost power. So while we were playing Ark on Monday, Sunday night for you guys, I lost power twice. Lost power once in the middle of the stream, and then I lost power right as I hit the raid button to raid a Narcos. And the first time it happened, I thought it was that my PC overheated because it didn't seem like we were without power, though on everything in my office, of course, was off, but everything in my office is tied to the computer. So yeah. So cool. So they did send those applications. Yep. So yes. So we did get almonxy and Millen Messina are both in the corp now. So appreciate that. Sorry for the delay, Al, especially. So Jackson's asking for an invite to the in-game channel. I don't know how you do that. So sorry, trying to get him straightened out. Maybe he's already drinking. I don't know, but good for him. Good for him. So yeah. So anyway, let's get over here and get some stuff started. So I am in Eufine, waiting on you guys. So Al is actually here. I see him. I'm gonna invite him, but I don't know if he's around. I don't think he's in the stream yet. Right click name and invite to just to guess. Okay, I can try that. You're worth a chance. Invite to fleet. Invite to... Yeah, it gives me every channel I have except for that one. There it is. No drinking tonight on my laptop back at the family house. There you go. Okay, so he's on his laptop. So, okay, I just saw the bird fly up above my window. And that's where the roof is. So I wonder if they got a nest up there. So yeah, we're gonna have to check that out. So yeah, hero all. Yeah, see when you say it like hero, it makes me think you're drinking. But that's okay. Even if you are. No judgment. But no, I'm glad to have you here, Jackson. Sorry, like I said, sorry for the reschedule. Um, we'll get into some of that, but we did a bunch of stuff yesterday. Unfortunately, one of them was not getting power generating, but we did do some research on it, and we're narrowing it down. So, skill points from the store. Thanks, Jerry Can. In fact, I bet you I missed last week's, to be honest, because I don't remember if I pulled last week's or not. But yes, make sure you get your 15,000 from the New Eden store. Free is free. That's the only price I like. And it looks like they got a discount on Omega, but that ain't a very big discount. That ain't worth it. That ain't even worth me looking at. Oh yeah, so don't forget your skill. Oh, is it Omegas only? I didn't think it was Omegas only. I didn't know that. Well, then there is that. I guess both of mine are Omegas, so I didn't realize that. But yeah, that kind of sucks. Yeah, there's two more birds just flew up there, so pretty sure I got a nest up there that I'm gonna have to get out. It's actually right next to the wire for my old internet, so that's not a problem because that's been shut off for a while. But anyway, it was good enough for me. Omegas only. Yep. So, nah, that's just me being screwy. Yep, that is you, Jackson. That is you. So, all right. So, Jackson, you want to invite to the fleet? Al's in. Who else wants an invite to the fleet? Long day driving and stuff. I understand. If you don't want to do the fleet, I completely understand. Not a worry. It's also on the wrong day, so not everybody's going to be planning for it, so no problem. No worries, Al. Good to see you. Welcome to the Corp. So yeah, whatever you decide, Jackson's all good. All good. I have my porpoise, which I'm in right here, so I was gonna pull it out, but which if it's only a couple of us, that's perfectly fine. No reason to bring out an orca for just a couple of us, but yeah, 6 to 1, half dozen the other. I think I'm gonna relocate my orca from Venolin to here because it definitely would behoove us to have it here, and it's really just sitting there collecting dust. So sure, it needs a new paint job already. So yeah. So from that perspective, flex balance has changed. Okay, well, good for that. But we've still got to skill into the compression to make it worthwhile. There you go. Well, and that's only to actually, to turn on the compression. Anybody can use it when somebody else has it on. So you don't need a skill to use the compression, just to host the compression. So yeah, but you probably know that. Sorry. Not trying to mansplain it. But yes, so I can pull my porpoise out there, and if we get enough people, we can always upgrade to an orca if we need to. So far, it's just Craig and an Al. Al's here, so yeah. Yeah, but do you use a porpoise? But I do to use my porpoise and orca. There you go. Yep. Yeah, and I use them, like I said, I use this porpoise quite regularly where I just undock and compress stuff. So I don't want to do that. But let me find an asteroid belt. Let's go right in the middle. We're gonna do 7-7. 7 and 7. Used to be my favorite drink.
Drive active.
7 and 7. Back before I stopped drinking. And before I discovered Fireball. Apparently the porpoise is useful in wormhole. I've been told that, but I I mean, don't get me wrong. I built the porpoise myself. It's, you know, it's pretty affordable, I guess I would call it. But I'm not sure I want to risk it on a wormhole. That seems like a pretty big risk. So, but, you know, that could be. So there is nobody here in 7-7. So anybody who wants to join us, let me know. I'll get you an invite. Bigglesworth is on. My goodness, I haven't seen Bigglesworth in forever. It's got good align time. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. And I think you can actually mod it, put some special modules on there to even improve that. No, which I may have to try to do, because that would keep me from chasing these Empire belts all over the place. That's for sure. I could just jump into wormholes and mine what I need, so that would be perfect. Man, that coffee's good. So my wife told me the coffee was too weak. I'm more interested in burst and compression. Can I add a cloak? There you go. There you go. I did hear you could add a cloak to it. I've never tried, but I did hear you could add a cloak. So, all right, Jackson, I'm getting you an invite here. Sorry, 1 second. I'm not paying attention to the chat. All right, there you go, Jackson. You got your invite. Let me know if anybody else needs one. All right. Any ship can be prototype cloaked. Yeah. No, I'm not doing the M&M anymore. I actually have Seattle's Best, which I'm pretty happy with. Of course, you know, I'm not really a connoisseur of taste. Pretty much everything tastes the same to me, you know, or at least in the same generalities. You know, everything tastes like chicken type deal, you know. Oh, I don't have my boost on. But yeah, so from that perspective, I'm not really what you'd call a connoisseur of that. So I'm not buying any of that monkey crap, you know, the stuff that the monkeys eat the beans and then poop it out, and people buy that and they pay $100 a bag. Yeah, because I'm sure it probably tastes just like this Seattle Best, but yeah, Seattle Best, I'm actually pretty pleased with it. And my wife got me a huge bag of it, but I guess I was making it too weak because she complained. And now in her case, she very rarely drinks my coffee, but you know, there is the occasional time that she splurges. She usually does instant, which I do not believe is coffee in any way, shape, or form. But anyway, so she asked me to kind of increase the amount of coffee grounds I'm putting in there. So I increased it by a scoop, increased it by 50%. I was putting in 2 scoops, now I'm putting in 3. And yeah, she made a difference for her. Tastes the exact same to me. But you know how that works. So yeah, so from that one, so I used to drink it all the time. I like number 4 and 5. Yeah, this is just, I guess, number 1. It's their main one. We got it at S&R. And so yeah, but it's like a huge bag. It'll probably take me the better part of a year to finish this bag. And so, which, you know, is great. I don't have to worry about it. You know, I don't have to rush back to S&R and get more coffee. That's good. So actually, once you get your stuff up, Jackson, I will I'll shut mine down and head for the hills. I'll go get my Hulk. But anyway, so yeah, so she asked me to, hey, because I said to her, hey, if you don't like it, let me know what you don't like and we'll try something else. If it's too strong, I'll cut it in half. If it's not strong enough, I'll double it, you know, or 1.5 times. And so she said it was better. So But like I said, very rarely does she drink it anyway. The coffee pot makes enough for 2 cups of this. And so I usually drink both of those. And so in that regard, it's kind of like, okay, you know, that's just the way it works. You cannot compress. Oh, because I should shut off the compression. Yeah. There we go. All right, there's Al. We got Al out here. So. But yeah, so from that perspective, oh, I guess I should launch my drones, huh? Actually, no, I don't want to launch my drones because I'm going to go back and get the Hulk. Moron. I tell you, some days it's a wonder I can even get out of bed. But yeah, so from that perspective, you know, I did that for her, and she said it's better, but honestly, she, like I said, she prefers the instant, which I can tell the difference between regular coffee and the instant. What's up, Al? Good to see you. And yeah, and I'm like, yeah. But anyway, so yeah, we've got that. Omega just logged off. What else? Alright. Jackson's got compression up. He's got boost up. And we're in like Flynn. I'm going to go swap this out for the Hulk. Do some real mining. What else? Yeah, so we met with a contractor yesterday. Gentleman I am very pleased with, younger guy. His family has been in the house building business for, I don't know, at least 2 generations. Very honest. Probably what some would call too honest. He told us some things that we probably shouldn't know, so you do know what the like Finn phrase means, right? Yeah, in like Flynn, right? Yeah, I know exactly what I mean. Oh my.
Docking request accepted.
Yeah, because I'm docking, it's not letting me. Okay, but yeah. But anyway, so yeah, we met this guy. We actually met him at one of his projects, which I was very impressed with. They had 16 workers there. The project is a 2-story house for their client. It was scheduled for 9 months. They would complete it in 9 months. They're actually going to probably end in 6 because the client has asked, hey, can we speed it up? I want to move in before Christmas. And so he's planning on being done in October. I was very impressed with the crew. Very impressed with the foreman, most especially. Strict, but not mean. It was actually the whole crew, all 16 people, were all part of the same family, and they're from a distant province. So what they do is they come in and they stay 7 days a week. They work all 7 days until the job's done, and then they go home. And so they're anxious to work, anxious to keep working. The guy has 78 crew members total, but he's only doing 2 projects at a time. 2 projects that he's actually building, 1 project that he's designing. So he's got 3 projects, I guess, he's doing at a time. He does all the design himself. And but he did identify several problems with our design, which some of which we have been alluded to before, but not to the detail he gave us. So yeah, it turns out our architect, didn't do right by us, and the design that we have is worthless. We paid a lot of money for it, and it's worthless, and it has to be redesigned before we can build. And so that's been a little was kind of a kick. But make boss. Yes. It was kind of a kick, but it's okay. I've come to terms with it. But the redesign is like an eighth of what it cost us to design it in the first place. And so we're going to use the same layout, but we have to rework a bunch of stuff. Boosts look good, Jackson. But yeah, so it's been interesting there. And so yeah, so it was pretty disappointing.
Warp drive active.
But and he's going to give us some things that we weren't able to get before. So we never got an official walkthrough of the house, so we could see what it'll look like, so we can envision what it's going to look like when it's done. Our first architect, actually our second architect, our first architect gave us a walkthrough, and I thought I paid for the walkthrough and the blueprints, and they said, no, you only paid for the walkthrough. Well, and yeah, so that's a whole different issue. But anyway, this guy is going to give us this. So the second one wouldn't give us a walkthrough at all. We finally bullied him into giving us a walkthrough, and when we bullied him into giving us a walkthrough, he said, well, I'm going to have to charge you for it. And I was like, okay, so we negotiated that to what I was acceptable with. And then he gave us crap. It shows like 3 rooms out of 10. And so, you know, but, you know, kind of get what you pay for, I guess. Are you still interested in the retrievers I built? Oh, there you go. Yeah, Jackson. So Al's asking about the retrievers. I think he contracted them to you. But, yeah, so he would never really give us that. He gave us an outside one that's kind of circles around the place. And we've had that. But, yeah, he would never give us an official walkthrough. And the little bit he gave us, he charged us for, and I really didn't feel like we got our money on that one. So, but it wasn't a hill to die on, so to speak. So, so we left it at that. And I was satisfied. You know, we had the layout is what I want. Unfortunately, not to my knowledge, the wife was not. I knew she was upset with the guy, but I didn't realize she wasn't really satisfied with the design. So anyway, so in comes this guy, and he right away tells us, I mean, while we're just chatting with him on Facebook, we sent him the electronic documents, and he's like, hey, these are wrong. I mean, your structural is way wrong. And so, and I talked about it a little bit, I think, on Monday. So here in the Philippines, everything's built out of concrete. So you have what they call columns, which are the uprights that hold the floors up, hold the roof up. And actually, Omega's back on. And you have the beams, which are the horizontals. Okay, and those are made out of a combination of rebar. And rebar comes in multiple thicknesses, ranging from 6 millimeter, I think is the smallest. I got power. Thanks, Blue Gray. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, so they start with 6 millimeter, which is pretty small. Bigger than probably what I would call like a Cat 4 network cable. They're about that thickness. All the way up to 16, which is probably about the thickness of my thumb. So, and I had offered you 80 million per. Okay, so yeah. All right, because anyway, you guys got that taken care of. So anyway, yeah, so started doing that. And, you know, I don't know construction from the back of my hand. I was a computer programmer. So when it comes to actually building things other than writing code, I'm lost. So, So yeah, it's completely clueless. The guy sent us the documents. I thought we had what we were looking for.
Is depleted.
Thought it was all good. And, left it at that. But turns out he had rated it. So the standard rating for a column. Legomaniax, good to see you, buddy. We're mining Blue Gray and Lego. If you guys want to join us, we're in Ufiend. Yep, they told me. I gotcha. Oop, wrong guy. Let me switch. There you are. Oh, somebody already invited you. Good. Jackson already got you. Thanks. But yeah, so so the standard for a column, the upright, for a standard house, 2-3 story, is 6mm. No, correction. 8mm, 6 pieces of 8mm rebar with 8mm, 10mm, what they call stirrups that hold it together, and they make like a rectangle. And then they put concrete inside and around it. So they box it up and they pour concrete in and they form concrete around it. So that's the standard. And so, of course, we want ours to be a little above standard. So we were like, yeah, we want ours to be above standard. So it was like, okay, and no problem. So, that's what we wanted. Well, so he said, okay, well, so the new guy, he's actually an engineer, not an architect. But he said, yeah, so what we would do, and that's normal. Most people ask for that. That's completely normal because they don't want to be right at the standard. Does the concrete insulate better than the wood frame? I'm guessing that helps humidity down the house. So they don't have wood here because they don't have enough wood to build things. Plus, the emergency services here are, what's the politically correct term? They're not non-existent, but they're very limited. So for instance, if I have a heart attack here on the floor, calling an ambulance isn't an option because it'll be, it'll probably be 2 hours before the ambulance gets here, and it'll, and it's 2 hours to the hospital that I'd want to go to. So yeah. So from those perspectives, yeah. And so yeah, and fire trucks are the same thing. So yeah, concrete is very available. And so they build it not really from an insulation perspective, but from a strength perspective. The country has seismic activity, they have earthquakes, they have flooding, they have typhoons. And so in the case of those, they're always looking for something to protect against all those types of, what's the most sturdy? And concrete is definitely it. And so they use a combination of this rebar and concrete to put it together. How much wood would a bond chuck if a bond chuck would chuck wood? Yeah, there you go. Face Senator Mirza, that's exactly it. Yeah. If you're calling the ambulance, you're praying because And so that's one of the reasons I need to make sure I have an automatic vehicle so that in the case I do need to go to the hospital, my wife will be able to drive me. Because, otherwise, now I've had my wife drive me in America, and, that wasn't a good thing. So I can't imagine her driving me here in the Philippines, but that's a whole different topic. So we'll talk about that later. But yeah, so the standard is 6 pieces of 8mm. So you got a box. It's a rectangle. So you got 4 pieces around the edge and then 2 pieces in the middle. So 8 pieces with 10mm stirrups wrapped around it, about, depending on how long it is, they're about every, I'd say every 6 inches, you have a stirrup. And that holds it together. And then they put they'll put that up. They have a big footer that they put in the ground, which is made of rebar as well. It's big, you guys can't see my hands, but It's super wide, probably in the 3 foot by 3 foot range, so that it's embedded in the ground, and then they box that up. They form a wood box around it, and they pour concrete into it, and that goes down into the footer, forms a concrete footer with rebar reinforcement, and comes up into the column all concrete. So the concrete's around the rebar and in between the rebar. Works great. But what this guy did, our architect, is instead of doing 6 pieces of 8, so the engineer said, I understand exactly what you're saying. You want it to be stronger. You know, we didn't think anything of it. He said, so what we would do is we would do 8 pieces of 8, which makes it possible to withstand what's the earthquake scale? The Richter scale, a level 8 earthquake. If it's 8 pieces of 8, it'll withstand a level 8 earthquake, which Philippines normally is in the 5 to 7 range. I don't think they've had it at level 8 here in quite some time. 25 years or so. So anyway, so it's above, it's definitely above the standard. It's definitely, and especially our house is one level. It's what they call a bungalow type. It's just one level. Okay? So no real need for extra structure. Okay? So our architect, so then this engineer showed us on the plans, our architect had made our columns so that they weren't 8mm rebar. So, he said his suggestion to be stronger would be 8 pieces of 8 instead of 6 pieces of 8, still with the 10mm stirrups. Because the 10mm can be easily bent, where the bigger ones are hard to bend. So anything above 10mm is much harder to bend. And they bend it all by hand. So, yes, exactly. One level's better. I don't want to deal with steps. This rental place has steps. Drives me crazy. So anyway, so our architect had engineered the whole house with not 8mm rebar. He had engineered it with 16mm rebar. So doubled, which is also double the price, okay? And he didn't do 8 pieces of rebar. He did 16 pieces of rebar. So 16mm, as big as my thumb, 16 of those in this small rectangle, which makes it so that you can't fit any concrete. Once you get 16 pieces in there, it's just all rebar. There's no way to get any concrete in it, and it makes it really brittle. Of course, I had no idea, And then, of course, he also made it so ours is it's a single level bungalow. It's not very big, but he had 20 columns in our place. Which I thought, this guy's an architect. That must be what it needs, Where ours is like, yeah, you need 4 around the corners and maybe 1 somewhere in the middle. Since your middle is like an open area, we might have to put it on the side somewhere to, cover some of the distances for, because there's only so much distance that those beams can cover. But he said, we're still talking 5, 6, 7, not 20. And so he said, so each column and each cross beam was double, more than double. Because that's the other thing. He was also using 16mm rebar for the stirrups that go around it. Which he said there's no way. They can't bend 16mm rebar into stirrups. That would take forever. And he's like, yeah, this is way wrong. And he's like, and then you have 20 of these. But he said, just, this is crazy, And that was like one of the things he found. He discovered... So my wife's always complained about the roof. So he gave us our architect gave us a sloped roof, which is what we have in America, so that's what I'm used to. She wanted a flat roof, which I'm always worried about standing water. It rains a lot here, so, from that perspective, standing water seems like, that'd be a bad thing, but Some is good, more is better, all is brittle. Exactly, Lego. Yeah, and all frame, no matrix. Exactly, exactly. And that's what they said. If you get high winds or you have a seismic event, it's going to be too brittle to hold it. The concrete, what little concrete's around it, since there's none in the center, is going to break off, and then it's just going to be that rebar holding it up, and it's going to bend, and then your house is going to fall down. And so, well, so we're doing solar panels, and she thought the flat roof would be better for the solar panels, which I actually thought the slanted roof would be better, you know, because then it's getting a better angle on the sun all day, every day. And our architect, in his defense, he had studied the sun and how it travels over our property and gave us the best alignment for that, so that the solar panels would get the best angle of the sun all day, every day, which is, you know, great. But she wanted, because the other reason she wanted a flat one is because it's a lot less maintenance. Here, the sloped roofs are made of metal, and the metal deteriorates because of all the water, all the rain. The metal, the metal kind of makes it has a lot of deterioration. So the metal roofs are cheaper up front, but they require a lot more maintenance through the years, and they tend to fall apart very quickly. Where the flat roof is a concrete roof. The flat roof costs more up front, but it doesn't require a whole lot of maintenance. You got to waterproof it once every couple years, and since it's flat, it's no big deal. Now, to Lego's point, yes, it's not completely flat, and it's funny you say that, Lego, because that's exactly what I said. I said, wait, it's going to be a little sloped, right? And they're like, oh yeah, it's always sloped. You know, we know what we're doing. And I'm like, okay, yeah. But it made my wife much happier, because that's kind of what she was always envisioning. She's put vaulted ceilings in our place, so they're 12-foot ceilings. But with the sloped roof, you know, it's not 12 foot across the board. So you know, it was weird. And so the way ours is laid out, one of these days I'll have to show you kind of the layout. But our master bedroom and everything is on the, let's say, the west of the house. Actually, I don't think it's the west. I think it's the north. Yes, it's the north. So our master bedroom and everything is on the north of the house, and my office is on that side. And then we have the kitchen, dining room, living room is a big open area that overlooks, you know, the back wall is all glass, and it overlooks the pool. And then behind the living room is the guest suites. So it's on the exact opposite of the house from our bedroom is the guest bedrooms. And so, well, because of the sloped roof, you know, in the guest bedrooms it was going to be lower, and in our bedroom it was going to be lower. And so it was one of those that, you know, was like, okay, that makes sense. But our understanding was that the minimum roof height, or minimum ceiling height, was 9 feet. Well, this engineer, he pointed out to us, he actually showed us on the plans what the measurements were. And it was, I don't know, you guys probably don't do centimeters, because centimeters mean nothing to me, but it was 107 centimeters, which comes out to like 3.5 feet. That was the low point in the guest bedrooms and the guest bathroom. So I couldn't stand in the guest bedroom or the guest bathroom, and neither could my wife. And yeah, and I'm like, and this is a trained architect that charged us a lot of money? What's up, hogginhowe? Where are you going? That's where hogginhowe will be. Good to see you, Nick. But yeah, and so I'm like, and he's like, yeah, that's not going to work. Yeah, that's what you have to put. Well, I think he had the toilet up against that far wall, so I guess you're always sitting, so it wouldn't have been that bad. But I was still like, 3 feet? You know, and I said, you know, they're talking in Tagalog because, you know, that's just what they do. And I caught part of that, and I said, I'd hit my head. And they all started to laugh, and they said, yes, you would definitely hit your head. Turns out we all would hit our head, you know, because even the Filipinos aren't 3 feet tall, you know. And it was just like, how does this happen, you know? And of course, we don't know, you know, I don't know building plans from my rear end, you know. And so from that perspective, you know, it was kind of one of those, but so anyway, long story short, which I think we've already gone past that point, but the he's going to redesign it for us for about an eighth of what we paid originally. He's going to give us a walkthrough, and actually he's going to do it the way we wanted it done. He's going to give us a walkthrough video first, so we can see what it looks like, or what it should look like. And then we can make changes before he does the paperwork and gets everything done. And then I'm pretty sure he's going to be our builder. Yeah, definitely. A gnome would probably fit, right? Sounds like a Smurf house, right? But yeah. And so I don't know what this guy was thinking. So now, of course, we're playing with, do we contact our previous architect and tell him we found these problems, or do we just let it go? Because here in the Philippines, I have no leg to stand on. You know, even though we have a contract, there's no way for me to enforce it if someone breaks it. It just doesn't happen because I'm a foreigner. My wife is local, but even then, it's one of those where you know you can't squeeze blood out of a turnip, you know. And so yeah, well, I probably could too, but you know, obviously I didn't catch any of that. I really didn't look at it in any detail. The worst part about this whole thing is we've already sent it to other builders, and not a single one of them said anything to us about a problem. They just gave us quotes, and they gave us very high quotes. And one gave us an exorbitant quote. That's the one we talked about. And so no. We're still working on the paperwork for the land as it is. So we're just trying to find a builder. Yeah, we had it designed while we were in America, so that we could have that paid for while we were working, and then come here and be ready to hit the ground running. Well, when we got here, there were some problems with the paperwork, as is common in the Philippines. Everything takes way longer than it should. But we're working through that, so. The fleet is not listed as a public fleet, or I don't think it should be. I never listed as a public fleet. I don't even know how to do that, but seems I retired too early. No, definitely not. Yeah, Nick is someone from my work who really wish I hadn't retired, because now he's getting all my crap. So, but you're doing a fantastic job with it, Nick. Come on back. Yeah, that's not happening. That is definitely not happening. Definitely not happening. But anyway, so yeah, so this was kind of a butt punch, let's be honest. I mean, I was like, you know, I liked our architect. I got along with him. My wife never got along with him, but just use the public Silver Wolf channel. Yeah, that's where we're doing it out of. So yeah, if you're in the late night with Silver Wolf, Blue Gray, just send a message in there. I can invite you. You want me to invite in that one? Oh, nope. We already got you. Never mind. Why does it not show on the other side that you already... Yeah. But anyway. So, yeah. So that was kind of our first thing yesterday. So, I mean, he had kind of already told us over the... He actually called my wife. After I sent the plans to him, he called my wife and said, hey, you got some problems here. And we were like... Okay, what do you mean? But like I said, what floors me more is that we've already sent this to other builders, and they didn't say a word. Not one word. I think one of them complained about the paper size, because our architect also did it in the wrong paper size. But he claims he called the municipality and they told him that size was fine. This guy, of course, says, hey, I've built in 17 municipalities and that's never been the right size. You know, and like in this case, maybe our municipality does accept that size, but why not do it standard type thing? But of course, it's the much bigger blueprints. And so, yeah, he was looking already, and I was mentioning it to another streamer who was mining. Yeah, he was looking at, yeah, we're definitely not in the public one, so. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, it's not their job to check the architect, just report issues as building. Yeah, well, correct. But when they're giving us a quote, so they gave us a quote on what it would be to build it. And they didn't mention, hey, you know, your stuff is way over standard. Way over standard. In fact, your stuff is impossible. Like this guy said, we can't make stirrups out of 16 millimeter rebar. We can't do it. You can't bend it. It's impossible to bend it into a stirrup. It's not impossible, I guess. You'd have to use a machine, which they never use machines here. They always bend everything by hand. And so, but yes, so that's one of the things that he said, because we mentioned that, is that the one was really high. And he said, well, that's probably what happened, is they probably priced it for what it shows. And based on that, they didn't mention it. He said, but the bigger question is, if they priced it for that, are they actually going to build it for that? Because if they build it for that, then it's not going to be a good house. Because as we mentioned, it's going to be too brittle. It's going to have problems. And so yeah, so that was kind of where we were at, was, okay, well, you know, why not mention it? You know, at least from an honesty perspective, you know, like I said, this guy got a whole lot of good grace with me just by mentioning it, you know. I mean, we had nothing. We had no contract. We had nothing, you know. He just told us from when he was talking to us as Adam, you know, and probably hoping you would take a lower quote. So, well, like I said, I think the one didn't want our business because they're super busy. And I think they priced it super high just so we would say no. And I did. I said, you're double everybody else. And you didn't even include 8 of the items that are the most expensive parts of the build. And you're already double everybody else. So, you know, no way. And they were like, okay, thanks. You know, thanks for considering us. And so I was like, okay, well, they didn't want our business anyway. So, but the other one, I mean, they were pretty anxious to get our business and this, that, and the other. And like he said, maybe they were going to charge you the higher amount, but not build it to the higher amount. He says, here in the Philippines, in order for you to occupy the house, it has to be inspected. And they have to make sure that it matches the plans. But once the columns and the beams are in, nobody can tell how much rebar's in them unless they, you know, break them open. And so they wouldn't know, you know, the inspectors wouldn't be able to see that. So they could say, hey, we built you 16 by 16, but knowing that that's impossible, they really built you 8 by 8 and charged you for 16 by 16 because no one, you know, when they inspect it, no one's going to be able to tell that it was wrong. And that's where I was more like, because that happens a lot here in the Philippines, where materials disappear, they cut corners, they don't do things. We're having a problem in this house right now where they didn't waterproof it between floors. So because we're using air conditioning 24/7 in these ones, it's causing problems downstairs between the floors because moisture's getting between the floors. And so yeah, so from that perspective, but yeah, so so that's a whole different thing. They cut so many corners on this place, you know. I'm glad it's just a rental because it's like this place is crazy. But people are doing real estate scams all the time, saying they build this and the paperwork is yep. Sounds like you'll need to be on the build site. And that, yes, and so that was my plan anyway. That's why we didn't build from America. We wanted to be here so we could see it. But once again, I'm kind of clueless. So now I would have saw if they had 16 pieces of rebar in here and they didn't have any room for concrete. I definitely would have noticed that and been like, hey, what the hell? That's not going to work. You know, I'm not a complete moron. You know, maybe a half moron. Okay. I mean, it does have Ron in the name, moron. So yeah. But anyway, also multiple mortgage for homes that don't match on the title. Yeah. And so, and that's a USA thing, to be honest, but yeah, so that was always our plan, is to be on site every day. And so, you know, so that's why we waited to build, because we've had a lot of people who have said, yeah, you know, you really can't build from America, or you're not going to get what you want, or you're not going to get what you paid for. And so, but in this case, we designed it from America, and I thought we were getting at least what we designed. I mean, this design is it's completely wrong. It's structurally wise. He said the other stuff, the electrical, the plumbing, that kind of stuff looks good, but the structure wise is just way wrong. And he's like, and it really doesn't make any sense, you know. I mean, he used some materials, so he's literally using, and my wife had mentioned this, and once again, it's a language barrier. So here they call it vinyl. He had used what they call vinyl tiles, which what we call in America is linoleum. And when she finally said, yeah, it's, you know, when she finally showed me what it was, I'm like, well, hell no, I don't want that in my house. I mean, I don't even have that in my house in America, for crying out loud. And I was poor in America, you know. And she's like, yeah, that's what I was telling you, is that I don't want that in our house. And I'm like, well, you know, you were saying vinyl, and I don't. And so she's like, yeah, that's what we call it. And I'm like, okay. So once again, this is a difference in the language, where if she'd have said linoleum, I'd have been on board right away. Oh, no. That's linoleum? Okay, you know. But this guy mentioned, the engineer mentioned that too. He's like, he's got vinyl tiles in here. Is that really what you want? And my wife was like, no. And that was something I complained about. And so, but I don't know if he did that in order to try and keep the costs down, because he was charging us so much for the rebar. And so, but anyway, yeah. So I am 90% sure we're going to go with this guy for the build. We'll have to see what he designs, but he's going to use the same layout, because that's really what matters to me, is the layout. The way we laid the house out was something that we worked on for a very long time, and that's what I want. I love the layout. I'm very pleased with the layout. The wife is very pleased with the layout, which is the most important part. But from that perspective, I need plans that are not only buildable and legitimate, but that are, you know, not the most expensive thing in the world. So, and like I said, from this perspective, we had two builders. Like I said, I think the one builder didn't want our business, so that kind of makes sense from that perspective. They just gave us a huge price, didn't explain anything, and, you know, figured, okay, they're going to run, and we did. The other one really wanted our business, but they really wanted our business, but they didn't really give us, you know, they weren't honest about different things. And so from that perspective, it's kind of weird. So yeah, sorry, DLH, I didn't answer that question. So our lot is 1,100 square meters, and our house is 170 square meters. So yes, we're going to have a lot of green space. We're going to plant a lot of vegetables. We're going to have a lot of fruit trees. We're going to have a lot of that stuff. So yes, that's always been the plan. And so, yeah, so, you know, everything here in the Philippines, I shouldn't say everything. Lots of things here in the Philippines grow wild. And the fruit especially is always fresh. Bananas, coconuts, dragon fruit, which I've become a big fan of dragon fruit. Definitely recommend it for you guys. Super in antioxidants. You can never have enough antioxidants. I remember Sheldon Cooper from Big Bang. He said, well, what if I take too many antioxidants and it gets rid of all my oxidants? What's that going to do? I mean, what's going to happen? Can never have too many antioxidants, you know. But yeah, and so that's kind of our plan. Has always been our plan. Things like tomatoes don't grow really well here. I guess they're a Western type of thing. You can do some things to improve their chances, which is what we'll be doing. But yeah, they're not the best. Potatoes is another one that doesn't grow very well here. That's more of a colder climate kind of vegetable. But people do grow them here, mostly in the mountains. But yeah, dragon fruit is good. Yeah, yeah. Well, and they have like, I don't know, 20 some variations of dragon fruit. So you can get some that are sour, you can get some that are sweet. The ones we have now are sweet. And so yeah, so that's kind of worked out. But anyway, that was the gist of it. So we saw the property they're working on right now. It's a 9-month project, 2 floors. They are 3 months in. They've got both floors formed. They don't have a roof on it yet, which I was a little disappointed in, but they actually said the roof is going on this weekend. so that was kind of interesting because I asked, he's like, why are you, the foreman, I was very, very, very impressed with the foreman. Very impressed with the foreman. And the foreman was like, his English was even really good. But the foreman was like, why are you asking about the roof? And I'm like, well, you know, the roof, one of the things that's always been strange here is they build the walls, they do start doing stuff to the walls on the inside and outside, and then they finally put the roof on, where we think in America, we do everything we can to get the roof on as quick as possible so that, you know, we can continue working when it's bad weather, because there's a lot of bad weather in America. Here, not so much. Now, we're in the rainy season now, which is their key bad weather time. And so, yeah, so from that perspective, it does kind of make a little bit more sense. But that's weird. You think potatoes would grow well in well-drained soil. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why, but their potatoes are all, like, really small. I don't know whether we call those in America, but they're really small potatoes. Like the red potatoes. They're not red potatoes here. They're the brown potatoes, but they're really small. They never grow, you know. And, of course, we engineer everything in America to be bigger, so that's probably part of it, too. But yeah, it's been really interesting. So yeah, so we plan on doing all that. But yeah, so this guy, so the foreman I was really impressed with. But he was like, you know, he was impressed, I guess, with me that I asked about the roof. Because he's like, well, yeah. It seems like, because I said, yeah, I'm clueless when it comes to building. And he's like, well, I think you know more than you're giving yourself credit for, because, you know, you asked about the roof, which was a good question. I said, yeah, but I obviously missed that this guy was building our columns and our beams was 16 by 16. I mean, that's kind of crazy. So, sorry, ads are on. So, yeah, seed potatoes. I think that's what they call them. But yeah, so that was our main thing yesterday. So that was a pretty major accomplishment. So we gave him a down payment for the redesign. He is working on the walkthrough now, which is going to make my wife super happy, which, to be perfectly honest, Respin Moondown, good to see you, buddy. We're mining if you want to join us. But yeah, making my wife happy is hands down going to be fantastic. And so I didn't realize how upset she was with our previous architect, and that's kind of my fault, because I probably should have. I was just happy that it was over. But that's the other thing. So he's going to redesign it for us. Somebody started us? Who started us? So yes, it's a virtual walkthrough. Yes, sorry, DLH. I probably should have said that. So our previous architect could never give us one of those. He said it's too hard. I can't do it. And so, honestly, this is our third architect. Our first architect, that's all they gave us, was a walkthrough. And it wasn't for the design that we have now. It was a different design. And, you know, it actually helped us, you know, get to where we are now. But yeah, she charged us quite a bit just for the walkthrough. And she did it in a week. And so then when the agreement was that she was also going to give us the paperwork. When I asked her for the paperwork, she's like, oh no, you got to pay a lot more for the paperwork. I said, how much? And, you know, she gave me a price, and I said, yeah, I'm not paying that much. Well, ironically, for our second architect, we paid more than that for everything we got, which was worthless, except for the walkthrough. When we asked him for the walkthrough, he kept saying, nah, that's too hard. I can't do it. And it was really strange. And so, like you said, yeah, that's where we were at. Now, I can't do it. And so, you know, I couldn't really call him out on that. But from that perspective, it was kind of like, this doesn't seem like a difficult thing. People are doing it all the time. The other architect gave it to us, and I had a bad experience with the first architect because she had actually told me we were getting the paperwork, and I even showed her the conversation of, hey, here's where you said we're getting the paperwork for this price, and she said, yeah, that's not what I meant. And she said, you don't have a contract with me, so yeah, too bad, so sad. So I was like, you know what, I'm done with you. Okay. So then in comes the second one, who was a friend of a friend, recommended by one of my wife's pastors. Was the guy was out of work, needed work, so we were kind of helping him out, which is what we did, and it's all we did. And so, like I said, in his defense, good God Almighty, what are you guys doing? There's only 4 of us here. I mean, these asteroids are disappearing faster than I can target them. But yeah, so we helped him out, which honestly is about all we did. But he really didn't help us out. So almonxy, awesome. Thanks for the subscription, buddy. But yeah, so he did help us solidify the design. So I will give him that. He did help us kind of decide some of the other things of, plumbing wise, solar panel wise. He was much more versed in solar than this new guy is. The new guy has said, I've never done solar. I'll have to research that, or maybe we'll contract that out to somebody else. I said, that's fine. But yeah, it was kind of weird. So, but he said, the architect, that we paid quite a bit of money for the plans we have now. He said that, yeah, doing a walkthrough, it was too hard. And then he finally said, well, we kind of bugged him. He finally said he'd do one, but he had to charge us. So we negotiated that down to what I felt was feasible, and we paid him for that, and then he gave us something that was crap. It was literally not a walkthrough. It was like 3 rooms out of the 10 rooms in the house, and yeah, it was crap. And my wife and I agreed on that, but it was kind of like, okay, well, he's not going to do any better, blah blah blah. Let's leave it alone, okay? But it did identify a few things, and we were able to get those corrected. But that was the other thing. He wanted to do the walkthrough at the end, and we were like, well, doesn't it make sense that we see the visual first, so that we can fix things, so that we don't have to rework it later? And that's what, so this engineer that we have now, he's like, yes, that's how we do it. I'm going to show you the virtual walkthrough. You're going to tell me what you like, what you don't like. I'm going to fix it. We're going to get the virtual walkthrough to where you're comfortable. And he said, and then I'll make the plans from that. And then I will provide you with all the plans for this price, which, like I said, is 1/8 of what we paid the second architect, which is ironically what the first architect, pretty close to what the first architect told us we had to pay her extra to get the plans. So yeah, but what the second architect charged us was pretty close to what the first architect told us. And so, but anyway, yeah, this guy's like 1/8 of that. So we're gonna get it redesigned for 1/8. He said he would throw the virtual, which he said we do that anyway, but I count that as free. And then the other thing he said, which almost got us in trouble, he said to my wife, he said I'll have the redesign done. I'll have the full new design done in 3 weeks. And my wife was like, 3 weeks? And she kind of screamed, 3 weeks. We're at this build site. Everybody turned around. All the workers turned around because she screamed 3 weeks. And yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you're right. That's exactly what they need, Lego, so that this kind of stuff doesn't happen. But nothing along those lines here. But anyway, so he said, let me be honest. It might be 4 weeks. I don't want to tell you something wrong. It might take me 4 weeks. And she said 4 weeks. And I told him, engineer, I'm sorry. I said, you have to understand the plans you're looking at, he took a year to make these plans. And they said, him and the foreman both, a year? And I said, yes, it took him a year to make these plans. Now, we didn't pay him all up front. We paid him as he got sections completed. And so it really wasn't no skin on my back. We were in America. We weren't building yet anyway, so I wasn't in any hurry. Didn't help him because he wasn't getting any money until he finished things. But it took him a year. I said, so that's where my wife's coming with the 3 weeks. We're shocked that that's all it takes. Now, one of the vloggers that we watch now, that we started watching when we got here, he's down in Mindanao. He's another American who's building a house. His plans cost about what this guy's charging us, this new guy, the engineer. And his were done in a month. And we were shocked because we were like, first of all, they're cheaper. And second of all, you got them in a month? And so yeah, so when we told them that, they were like, that was just another kind of red flag of, hey, I don't know what this guy's doing, but... So now, like I said, we're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, and you guys can kind of pipe in here. Should we contact our previous architect and say, hey, we found these things with your design, and, but like I said, I can't think of a way to do that without coming off as accusatorial. I don't think that's a word. As accusing him of doing something wrong, of taking advantage of us, or the first thing the engineer asked was, did he know you were American? And my wife was like, yeah, we had video calls with him. And so he was like, okay, well, that might be part of it. This guy, he does a lot of builds for Americans, so which is something I was always looking for. So I want somebody who's used the one negative I have with the engineer is he does not like to speak English. He's not comfortable with English. He's always like, it is so hard to speak English. So he explains it to my wife, and he talks for 20 minutes, explains it to my wife. My wife gives me a 1-minute explanation, and I know I'm not getting everything, okay? And so it's actually made me want to increase my my learning speed on the Tagalog so that maybe I can start, keep it up. But that's so far that's the only negative. So, but yeah, so we're pretty happy with this guy. Like I said, we've seen one of the properties he's working on right now. We saw his team. One of the things we heard from one of the other vloggers was that a builder contractor took them to a place and showed them one that was being built, and all the guys had uniforms. These guys didn't have uniforms, but all the guys had uniforms. It was a really nice place, but they never actually talked to the foreman. They never actually talked to the workers or went in with the builder, with the contractor. So it turns out it wasn't even the contractor's build. He just took them outside somebody else's build and said it was his. And then, of course, got them to give him a whole bunch of money. I think he got 50 or 60% up front and took off. And so we mentioned some of these things to this guy, and he was like, no, here's his pricing structure is right where we want to be. His pricing structure includes a 10% amount that is held until a year after you move in. So the last 10% of the build, we do not pay him until a year after we move in and we're satisfied with everything. Which he has been the only one to do that. Now, a lot of the vloggers we watch, their builders did that, and that's why we knew to ask for that. But he said, yes, I do that with all mine because I want you satisfied. And so I was really pleased with that. Like I said, the fact that he was honest and upfront. He's been honest, like I said, he's been honest and upfront with several other things that he probably shouldn't have been. But it made me feel closer to him, trying to keep it cheap as they lousy don't get killed souls. Yeah, skill seals, yeah. So, no, on an architect, not a structural engineer, it's normal for changes to the plans if the engineer looks at them. Yep. Yeah, well, and this guy, our architect, he calls himself an architect. I think he was more of a project manager because he had a whole team. he had a structural engineer, he had a plumber, he had an electrician, he had all those people that did the documents. But he was the one, I guess, that was supposed to make sure they were right. And I said, maybe structural engineering's not his thing. But even then, these were so wrong that's what I can't wrap my head around, is how could they be that wrong? If you had just, for instance, like you said, their suggestion, because we want it stronger than standard, is 8x8. 8 millimeter rebar, 8 pieces of rebar per column, per post, per column, per beam, with 10 millimeter stirrups, which is the standard is 6x8, 6 pieces of 8 millimeter rebar with 10 millimeter stirrups. And so yeah, so their suggestion is to just, increase the number by 2. And that'll and that actually makes it, like I said, that makes it capable of withstanding a level 8 earthquake, a seismic level 8 earthquake, which the Philippines has not seen in quite a while. So that should work. But yes, our architect had in there 16 pieces of rebar at 16 millimeter thickness each, and 16 millimeter stirrups, which this engineer is like, that's impossible. We can't bend 16 millimeter rebar into a stirrup. I mean, they bend all these things by hand, and you're talking 50 stirrups per beam, per column, and they're bending them all by hand. And then you're going to do it with the thicker one that can't be bent. You'd have to rent a machine to bend them. And yeah, and like you said, that's just going to make it so brittle, because there's no concrete, that it's not going to work. And so, but like I said, that's where it floored me, because that one was so blatantly obvious as wrong. I probably should have caught it. Now, I didn't really look at the plans, because they're they're foreign to me. And so from that perspective, I didn't expect that I would understand them anyway. So it was kind of like, yeah, there's no sense in me worrying about that. I figured, this guy knows what he's doing. He's an architect, surely. And, but some of that I think is probably more our fault, because we didn't verify some of those things. We probably should have had a second opinion. But once again, I think the part that floored me was that we've sent these plans to other builders and no one has said anything. This is the first guy that said, hey, these are wrong. Now he's making money off of it because he's going to redesign them for us. But, he's shown me how they're wrong, and I've actually researched it away from him and discovered he's absolutely right. Now that I know the questions to ask, but yeah, that's kind of where it's kind of strange. Is just like, why didn't none of the others? Now, we've only talked, I think, two have given us estimates. And like I said, one of them, I'm fairly certain, didn't want our business. So it's funny because they made sure to take a picture of us and put us on their Facebook, because they were super excited about the American being there. And they're one of the largest contractors in the Philippines, that's not associated with a developer. The issue, though, is it seems like they don't do a whole lot for Americans. They don't have a whole lot of foreign clients, which is strange to me. A lot of foreigners are building houses here, so why wouldn't they? Well, maybe that's why. But then, of course, then when we actually got down to working with one of their architects, he quoted us a price that was so high, it was like, yeah, sorry. And then when I told him it was too high, he didn't even try to negotiate it down or say, hey, well, we can talk about it. Tell us what, where the problem is. He just said, okay, thanks for your time. And they also, that was the other thing, they charged us for the estimate, which everybody was like, yeah, you shouldn't be paying for an estimate. And I'm like, well, this was the builder that my wife really wanted. and it was $100. So in the big scheme of things, it wasn't a hill to die on, so to speak. And so I was like, yeah, I'm okay with that because this is the builder that my wife really wants. And so, but it also took them, it was close to a month to get us the estimate. So $100 in a month means they really didn't make a whole lot of money. So I'm not really sure, if that was worth it for them. Because this guy, I mean, the document, I thought it was 22 pages. Their estimate was 12 pages. Oh, somebody's salvaging. Their estimate was 12 pages, and it's very detailed. But like I said, it's also left out, 8 or 9 things. The pool, the solar system, the carport, the several other things. And they're like, yeah, these are not included in this huge estimate. And I'm like, what? But yeah. And so, yeah, so from that point, that was also kind of strange. But yeah, it took them a month to get us that. It was missing 8 items. It was double the price of, what we were expecting. And then when I, told him, hey, this is way too high. You're way above what we're expecting. He's like, okay, thanks for your time. But like I said, it really, they didn't make $100 in the course of a month is, even by Filipino standards, just not making anything. So yeah, so that was kind of strange. And so, but anyway, but yeah, it was obvious they didn't want our business. So I was like, okay. And I think I proved it to my wife as well. So build the code and build the application. Big difference. Yep. But yeah, she was super, that's the one she wanted. She's been super stoked about that builder, even when we were in America. And so having them come back like that with such a high price, we went to they were the first one. We went to their office, we met them, they took pictures of us, put it on Facebook, they were super excited. So I thought, okay, they're going to give us a good price because, they want our business, and then come back with the way they did, and then just kind of dismiss us the way they did. Was like, okay, if all you want to do is make $100, there you go. I mean, it probably would have been easier just for me to give you the $100 and not have you waste my time for a month thinking you were actually doing something. But yeah, so. But yeah, it's been interesting. So anyway, that's where we're at. So yeah, so we got this guy. He is working on the design for us. He's working on the walkthrough for us. We're probably going to see him sometime next week. We're actually going to go to his office. It's a family business. He does the design. He's in his 30s, early 30s. His father owned the business before him, still does design as well, still does building. His mom works, both his dad's actually in politics now as well, and his mom is in politics. His mom's a real estate agent. We're trying to sell some land in the area they're at, so we're actually looking at maybe using her as a real estate agent, kind of double dip with the family. We already have one real estate agent that's supposedly showing our land and hasn't shown it to anybody. So yeah, but that's normal here in the Philippines. They get on the hook with you, and then once it becomes a big deal that it takes off, you just kind of sit, and then it's gone. So, but yeah, that's going to help us pay for the house as well. I mean, we have the money to pay for the house, but if I don't have to bring it into the country and can use it from something here. We have 2 properties. We have the property we're going to build on, which is a large one, and then we have a smaller one that's near Manila that we're going to sell because it has quadrupled in value since we bought it, and so it's been definitely a good investment. So compression is on. Jackson's got compression on, and I just compressed. So, but I don't see you, Jerry Can. You're not here. Compress what? But yeah. So that was the first part. Then your Aor. I don't know what you mean by Aor. Maybe Jerry Can's the one drinking tonight. Your cargo is full. Oh. Where'd Aor come from that? Thank you, Jerry Can. I appreciate you keeping an eye on me. My cargo was full, and I did not hear the normal sound that tells me my cargo is full. Yeah. Meant or. Okay, that makes more sense. Or. Okay. Thank you, Jerry Can. Yeah, unfortunately with multi-boxing, I'm usually on the other one. So I figured you were trying to help. I just didn't know. Yeah, so, and that's the thing. Once I switched over to Falstaff, then the freaking asteroid over here on Kragan disappears. Kragans are disappearing way faster than Falstaffs for some reason. I don't know why. But yes, I probably need to be sitting on Falstaff since that's what you guys are looking at. Thank you, Jerry Can. You are awesome. I think I've called you by the right name so far every time tonight. If I screw that up, let me know. But yeah, so that was our first one. Finally, it's not me. There you go. Yeah. Damn it. Yeah, as soon as I switch. Alright. There we go. But yeah, so that was the first one. So then, one of the things we've been trying to get accomplished, I meant to swap out my Hulk down here, yeah. But that's what my problem is on Falstaff, is he's got a Hulk and it doesn't have very good storage space, and it fills up really quick. And so if I'm not paying attention, thanks God I have Jerry Can to help me out there, it'll fill up. So thank you for that, Jerry Can, appreciate it. So that was the first one. So we think we've got our builder thing straightened out. We think we're going to get it redesigned. We're going to do it for, I don't want to pay to redesign it again, but we're going to do it for a much cheaper price than we did pay before. We're going to get the walkthrough that my wife's always wanted. She's going to get the flat roof she wants, because that's the other thing that was a problem, is in one section of the house, two sections of the house, it was only 3 feet tall. I mean, how does that happen? That's not even structural. That's just idiotic. I mean, my wife can't even stand up there. She's 5'2". I mean, come on. And so, yeah, so that was just, I'm very frustrated there. So, yeah, so if you guys want to put in the chat whether you think I should talk to our previous architect or not, I'm not really sure how I'm going to word it. If I do, I don't think I should. I think I should just let it go. He got money out of us. He didn't do what we wanted. Let it go. Like I said, if there was something like a Yelp here, that would be the thing to do, to just let him know. But my wife's like, well, maybe he's got an explanation. And I'm like, an explanation for what? How do you explain the roof being 3 feet tall in one part? 3.5 feet tall. I mean, the ceiling being 3.5 feet. My wife says you should. Okay. Yeah, my wife's thinking we should. I do not. But at this point, I'm kind of open to either. She says she thinks it'll help him. Yeah, I even if I wanted to get money back here, I do have a contract with him, but frankly, he did what's in the contract. He designed us a house. It wasn't a functional house, but it doesn't say that in the contract that it needs to be functional, So from that perspective, I mean, and it's impossible to get money back here in the Philippines anyway. So that's really never going to happen. So maybe 3.5 inches is big to him. Yeah. Probably. That's probably a Filipino thing. I'm not going to touch that. Yeah. They are very short people, but they're taller than 3 feet, But yeah, I mean, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. that one really floored me. Like I said, from the structural thing with the rebar, that one doesn't make sense, but I'm thinking that might have been an honest mistake. His structural engineer didn't know what he was doing. He let him do it. He sent it to us. He didn't check it. He just, didn't follow through as he should. And maybe he's discovered now, hey, this guy's an idiot. And he fired him, and he's got a new structural engineer or whatever, because he had a team. And so in that case, pointing it out to him is probably not going to do any good because he's already got that covered. But in the other case, he did the roof. The roof was all him. And, the deal was we didn't want it lower than 9 feet anywhere. That was the lowest point. I knew with a sloped roof, I was going to have lower points than higher points. We wanted the high point to be to 12 feet, which is what my wife wanted, the vaulted ceiling, 12 feet. And when we agreed on the sloped roof, which she never liked, I agreed on it because he said that it made the solder work better. And I'm used to sloped roofs in America, let's be honest. We don't do flat roofs in America except on commercial properties. But yeah, so from that perspective, the sloped roof seemed to make sense. But the agreement was it would be 9 feet no matter where it is. Now, I could have looked at the plans. I could have seen the 107 centimeters and done the math and figured out that was wrong. I didn't, so that is my fault. But yeah, from that perspective, it was kind of shocking. So there's Abigail. Solder is better on a slope. Yep. Come here, babies. You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Oh, you want to say hi? Oh my goodness, you're hot. Why are you so hot? Were you just outside? Were you just outside? Were you just outside? Do you want to say hi? Hi, everybody. Yeah. Who's a cutie? Who's a cutie? Are you a cutie? Are you daddy's girl? Mwah. Yes, you are. Yeah, I agree, Respin. Because a lot of it is the power you get out of the solar is based on the angle that the sun is hitting it. And from that perspective, the slope gives you a better angle. I mean, he designed, the architect designed the house so that the sun was going to hit the solar panels for the maximum effect through the day. And he did an excellent job of that. With everything else said today, he did an excellent job of that. That's something I did check into because the solar was something I did go out and look at. I wanted to make sure I knew how it was working. And I did a lot of research on the solar because it's an expensive upfront cost, but it will pay for itself here. It pays for itself in less than 5 years, so which is a huge ROI. And so definitely worth it here because we're on the equator. But with that said, yeah, he screwed up some of the other things. And so, but yeah, he did a great job with that. And so I took him at his word with the sloped roof, and I convinced the wife of the sloped roof. She was never happy with the sloped roof. So now, talking to the engineer, we've talked about some of the pros and cons of the flat roof, which is not flat, it is sloped so that the water runs off. But it's a very minor slope, 5 to 10%. And so in that case, it has a lot lower maintenance cost. So the metal roofs here deteriorate quite rapidly. And that's what the sloped roofs are always metal roofs. And in the case of those, there's a lot more maintenance cost. Where with the flat, slightly sloped roof, the concrete roof, we'll call it a concrete roof and a metal roof. With the concrete roof, which is made, that's mostly flat because you can't pour concrete on a major angle. It doesn't quite work that way. But yes, so with the concrete roof, it's got a lot less maintenance. It costs more up front, but it's got a lot less maintenance for the future. And that's what we want. Since we're retired, we don't want something that we got to worry about later on and might be an expense that we can or cannot afford. So if you do a solar frame, then the roof will be easier to maintain. Yeah, yeah. So, and that's the other problem here. They don't do solar frames here. So, and so that's one of the other problem, I guess I would call it. And I haven't got a good reason why. But I think it's because of the fact that the solar panels are heavy, very heavy. And the metal degrades here very quickly because of the constant rain, because of the things of that nature, the heavy humidity. And so based on that, they don't do the solar frames, because if it deteriorates and the solar panels fall, if they're in a frame and they fall, they could crash through the roof. And so that's why they always recommended being attached to the roof. So yeah, so either the concrete roof, which we've seen some vloggers do it that way, or the metal roof, which is the other one. So that way it doesn't fall through the roof. When the roof collapses, it comes in with the collapsed roof. So, but stuck in Thera, tornadoes, camping against Corvettes. Uh-oh, that sucks. Well, be careful, Blue Gray. Yeah, see, aluminum's not common here. Not common at all. And I don't know if it's because they got to ship it in or what it is. Everything's steel. And the steel, of course, is a lot heavier. And good job, Blue Gray. And so that's probably why. Because like you said, the aluminum would be lighter, which the frame can be made out of that, which then would make it, it's also more, what's the word? Sturdy towards the elements. You know, one of the things, one of the vloggers we're watching now, he's putting his roof on, which is a metal roof. And he's actually painting it with some kind of special paint, iron oxide paint, in order to keep it from, he said he'll still have to do something to it every 2 years, but this will keep him from having a problem every year. And so, which is, I guess, is a common problem here with the steel. And so, they do not have solar farms here. Solar, by Filipino standards, solar is very expensive, and really the only people here that have solar are the foreigners. And so, and I say that, my brother-in-law has solar. He's not a foreigner. So the Filipinos are beginning to embrace the solar a little bit more, but he's got like 2 panels, and he doesn't run his whole house off of it. He's discovered, and we helped him buy those 2 panels. So, you know, so from that perspective, his panels and his transformer, we helped him buy, and that's why he's using it. But yeah, they don't have large government solar farms, which honestly they should. We're here on the equator, so this is one of the best places for solar in the world, you know. And so, you know, the government can make a ton of money. They have huge electric problems, which is why we have all the brownouts, is because the infrastructure's not there and they have huge electric problems. And so if the government was to form a solar farm and use that to help out the country, they can make a ton of money off of it. But I guess nobody's thought of that yet. And so I don't know. Maybe that's where I'll come in. Maybe I'll start my own electric company and I'll make a huge solar farm and sell electric to everybody else and, you know, clean up, you know. I would worry about water getting into concrete over time with the solar on the roof. Yeah, and so that's one of the things, is it needs to be waterproofed. And that is the one thing we have to do on a semi-regular basis. I think every 2 years it's got to be re-waterproofed. And so, yeah, one of our plans, and actually the engineer suggested it, is we would have the solar panels on a hinge so that we could lift them up one way or the other and then be able to apply that waterproofing under there again. Because he said that is a problem with the concrete roof, is making sure that it is constantly waterproof. But the waterproofing is way less expensive than than what needs to be done for the metal roofs. And so that's where they were kind of like, so from a maintenance perspective, it's very easy to apply. You just mop it on, and so yeah, so from that perspective, that's where, like, it costs, the concrete roof costs more up front, but it's easier to maintain, where the metal roof is cheaper up front. The steel roof is cheaper up front, but ends up costing you more in the long run. So, we're going to have expenses every month, every year to maintain it. So, and that's where my wife is like, I don't want to get into that. We're retired. We don't want to have to worry about that. And I agree with her. So, honestly, I could care less what type of roof we have, as long as it's engineered to a point that it's not going to fall on my head. I mean, let's be honest. That's what it really comes down to. And so, that's the key. And I thought I had that with the architect. Turns out I didn't. Actually, and I did. It wasn't going to fall on my head because it was only at 3.5 feet tall. So, I wouldn't have been able to stand upright. So, there's no chance of it falling on my head. So, yeah. So, when I say water in the concrete is at your contact points. Yep. Yep. Yeah, and that's where the waterproofing comes in. Is you put it around there. So we also here we use silicone. They're really big on the silicone, and so when we put the pipe on the roof that holds the previous internet, they did not put silicone around it, and we have now a leak in our roof. It's going into the concrete because the roof here, the top roof is concrete, the sides slanted roofs are metal. So this one's got kind of both. It's got a flat roof on top and a sloped roofs on the sides. And honestly, we've got water in both of those. We got water that leaked into the metal roofs and has shorted out the electric. So our light on the front porch doesn't work because water's gotten into the metal. And then we have, because they put the post up, that was before we got here, they put the post up on top and didn't put silicone around it. Now water's leaking in there. So yeah, so like you said, the anchor points. Yep. Yeah, and they use special bolts here for the concrete. I can't remember what they are, but they did mention that. And it was funny because, so the one vlogger we watched was actually a builder in America. And now he's building his house here in the Philippines. And he's been pleasantly surprised with a couple things. And one of them was the bolts that they use here in the concrete. Because he said he's never heard of these bolts that they use here in the concrete because they are somehow protected and they don't deteriorate from the concrete as long as they're sealed correctly. And so he said, where in America, even if they're sealed correctly, you still have some degradation that happens and you need to check them from, every so often. And so he said, that was kind of a surprise for him. So he said, that's what he said. He's been a builder, I guess. Oh, there you go, babies. He said was a builder for over 25 years in America. And he's learned a few new things since he came here, which was kind of nice. So. But he's also being his own general contractor, which was kind of interesting. So, but yeah, so that's where we're at with that. So that's, yeah. So we got that guy on the hook. We're probably going to next week go to his office and see the layout he's given us to walk through, the virtual walkthrough that he's given us, creating for us, and go from there. The other one we tried to. In the U.S., lead is used as an anchor sleeve is why. Okay, yep. And so, yeah, so the other one was here in the Philippines, it's very common for the cellular service to be what they call a prepaid plan. What we would call in America a prepaid plan where you pay every month. Except it's not even that. You actually have load. So you pay, 500 pesos, which is $10, and you can make 5 or 6 calls with that, and check the internet 2 or 3 times. It depends, where you go and how often you do it. You have no idea how long it's going to last. It's just load, and you have to constantly do load. Well, my wife and I are used to America, where we want a plan, because one of the things that's happened here is, so they have 2 cellular providers here in the Philippines. They have Globe and Smart. And if you have Globe, you can call anyone on Globe for free, no matter whether you have load or not. And if you're on Smart, you can call anyone on Smart for free, whether you have load or not. But if you have Smart, which is what we have, and you try to call Globe, which is what my sister-in-law has, you have to have load in order to call them, because it charges you. It's like, okay, no problem. But then it gets even further. If they have a landline, neither one of the plans can call landlines for free, and calling a landline is really expensive. So we're here, we're doing internet searches, we find builders, we want to call them. It doesn't tell you if it's a landline. Sometimes it'll tell you if it's Smart or Globe. They'll give you 2 numbers to say, hey, here's, we have both. So if you're Smart, call this number. If you're Globe, call this number, because it's free. But a lot of times it's a landline. And our cellular service tells us, hey, you don't have enough load to call these people. And we're like, what the hell does that mean? And so, because landline loads up. So anyway, when you get to a plan, a monthly plan, then you can call Smart, Globe, landline, all unlimited. You can text unlimited. And then you have, depending on the cost of the plan, you have so much gigabytes of data, kind of like our plans in America. So we wanted to get to this point. So in America, you walk into a store, whichever store you decide to go with, they all make you a different deal, get a free phone, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Not here in the Philippines. Here in the Philippines, you need 2 to 3 forms of local ID to get a phone plan, which we didn't know. My wife, of course, has, now that we both have our Filipino driver's license. My wife has multiple forms of ID here, so that's kind of working out. I have my Filipino driver's license, which is just one, but I thought that was enough to get a phone. So she got a plan last week, I think. And that's a whole nother story. We'll touch on that in a little bit. But yeah, she went and got a plan, and it took over, I don't know, hour and a half to set up this plan and everything, sitting in the store to get this done. Which I was like, okay, that happens in America too. Every time I've gone to Metro PCS or T-Mobile or whatever, when I go to their store, it's always not an all-day event, but it really, it takes quite a bit. But yeah, from this perspective, so anyway, she said, we'll do that for you next week. So sure enough, we were there yesterday. The power was out from 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. we were told, so we had time to kill. So after we met, we actually took the engineer out to lunch. We talked over lunch. We took him back to the job site, talked to them a little bit more, and kind of gave him the down payment for the redesign, and moved on with our lives. So then we went back to the mall, which is where we had lunch, back and forth. And we started this phone plan, process, which was just a nightmare. They made me fill out several forms. Okay, no problem. I mean, in America, I never filled out any forms. But here, you cannot have a phone to you unless you have it registered to you. And that's why they require multiple local forms of ID. Because it has to be registered to you. And I think they do it in order to try and cut down on scammers. So if scammers, one of the reasons I think we don't have a whole lot of romance scammers from the Philippines is because if they're calling you from their cell phone, it is registered to their name. Has to be. And so the prepaid, the load ones that we had were registered to my brother-in-law because we didn't have enough IDs to register them. They wouldn't activate unless we registered them. So he registered them for us, and they were tied to him. So that was the other thing. You can't change the phone. Once it's registered to someone else, that's permanent. You can't change it. So, of course, I have this Filipino number that I've tied to everything, bank accounts, shopping, you know, deliveries, you name it, okay? And then we switched to this plan, and they're like, nope, you're going to have to change your number because this is registered to this other guy who's your brother-in-law, and we can't change it. Okay. So then they proceeded to start the process to get it in my name. We're like, okay. And they were like, okay, fill out all this paperwork. Well, one of the questions on the paperwork is, what's your cell number? And she said, you didn't fill this out. I'm like, of course I didn't fill it out. I mean, I'm not going to know what my cell number is until you give it to me. I'm getting a new cell number, right? She said, yeah, but you need to give us a cell number before we can give you one. And I'm like, how is that possible? If I give you my old number, which is, I have this, you know, this load one. If I give you that one, then as soon as we take that SIM card out and put this SIM card in, it's not going to work anymore. And she's like, yeah, you're right. And I'm like, so why am I explaining this to you? You guys are the cell phone people, you know. They're like, well, we need a cell phone number anyway. You can't get it without a cell phone number. You know, and I had to give him a home number, which we don't have a home number. We're only using cell. I had to give him a work number. I said, I'm retired. Still, we can't give it to you without a work number. So what my wife did, God bless her, was she just put in everybody else's number in those ones. So she put my brother-in-law's number in for the work number. She put my sister-in-law's number in for the cell number. So then, of course, then they're getting text messages saying, hey, your cell service is set up. And she's starting panicking like, what? And I'm just like, why? So then she said it's going to be an hour. The woman said it's going to be an hour. So my wife's like, okay, we'll sit and wait. I'm like, no, we're not going to sit and wait. Let's go do something. We got shopping to do. You know, let's go do something. Nah, we're going to sit and wait. Well, sure enough, 45 minutes goes by. The woman comes back out. Does your husband have an ACR card? Which is an argument my wife and I have been having for a while. Okay. An ACR card is an alien registration card. And in the Philippines, if you're going to be here for more than, you know, a couple months, you're supposed to register with the government and get an alien registration card, which I want to do. Okay? And it's actually a requirement to the Filipino immigration process. I'm going to become a permanent resident. My wife is going to sponsor me for permanent residency. And the number one question on the permanent residency application is, what is your ACR number? Okay? Well, we went to immigration a couple weeks ago. Some of you may have heard this. I apologize if I'm repeating it. We went to immigration a couple weeks ago, and the woman in immigration said, you don't need an ACR card. You're going to go directly to permanent residency. So you don't need an ACR card. And I'm like, okay. When we went to the LTO, the Land Transport Office, to get our... Yeah, there you go. When we went to the Land Transport Office to get our driver's license, they wanted an ACR number. And I'm like, I don't have one. And it took probably a half an hour before somebody was finally able to tell me how to work it without an ACR number. Now I'm at the cell place. They want an ACR number. And I don't have one. And why don't you have one? You know? And I'm like, I don't know why I don't have one. The immigration says I don't need one. But everybody else says I do. So who's right? Surely immigration should be right. So anyway. And yeah, Lego, that's a 555-867-5309 is a definite number to put in. Fortunately, that's an American number, and they won't let me use that one. It's all got to be Filipino. But anyway, but thank you for that. I like that. That was a good one. I may try that. I may just start putting in fictitious numbers because it's not like it really matters. But anyway. So she's like, well, yeah, what's his ACR number? And my wife's like, and I rolled my eyes Because I'm like, this is an argument my wife and I have had for weeks. Because I keep telling her I need an ACR number because I can't do anything here without an ACR number. And she's like, no, immigration says you don't need it. And I'm like, and so here we are, can't even get a cell phone with an LCA number. Rick Springfield, there you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right. Yeah, you know, that's, and honestly, Lego, they probably aren't checking it. So I just, figure out what an ACR number looks like and put something in there that looks similar, right? I mean, they're probably not even checking. Now, I don't know. Maybe they do. I have no idea. I mean, there's another problem here in the Philippines. I'll get into that in a second. But anyway, so this ACR thing has been a big, problem for my wife and I. Because I'm like, I really need this. Well, then, of course, when we went to immigration, you guys have heard this story. When we went to immigration to try and, just go directly to, because what the immigration suggests is just going directly to my permanent residency, skipping the ACR process. Okay, I'm game. When we tried to do that, our marriage certificate, when it was filed, we were married in America. When we filed our American marriage certificate in the Chicago embassy and they sent it to the Philippines to be registered, they changed my name and gave me a different middle name than what I have. Here in the Philippines, your middle name is your mother's maiden name. So what they did is they changed my middle name to my mother's maiden name, which is not right. So now this person, they have their marriage certificate that you have to have from the Philippine Authority, PSA. And it has one name. They look at my passport. It has a different name. Middle name's different. Said, sorry, you can't get permanent residency. The names don't match. And, frankly, you can't get an ACR card either because the names don't match. Which, I don't know. That's probably not correct because I don't need the marriage certificate for an ACR card. So that probably doesn't matter. And maybe that's a way around it, is I get an ACR card and use it instead of the marriage certificate. But I think I need a marriage certificate for the permanent residency sponsored by my wife, one way or the other. So, but anyway. So now we're trying to figure out how to fix this. But anyway, back to the cell phone. I can't get a cell phone without an ACR card. So she's like, yeah, we need an ACR card. So let me talk to my manager, see what we can do. So I thought she was the manager because like everybody came to her the whole time, which I thought this is going to take forever because everybody's asking her questions. Everybody that worked there. This place was packed. They probably had 20 employees in this place. And it was packed with people, customers. You had to take a number. It was like a deli, So anyway. So she comes back and she says, okay, since you don't have an ACR card, what we're going to need is we're going to need you to pay 3 months in advance. So because you're not legal in this country, we just need more money from you. And if we get more money from you, we can give you a cell phone. And I started laughing, and of course my wife was pissed because she said, you can't laugh at the Filipinos. I said, I'm not laughing at the Filipinos. I'm laughing at the situation where, hey, we can't give you a cell phone because, you're not really, legal in this country. But if you pay us more money, that doesn't matter, right? Who cares if you're legal, right? And I'm like, which Lego is absolutely right. That is the key thing here is, you don't like the way something's working, you just pay a little bit of extra money and you can change it. And, but you got to change it. It only changes it at one time and you got to do that every single time. And I don't want to get into that because eventually somebody's probably going to say, hey, this guy's breaking the law left and right. But so anyway, we paid for, so then of course it took another hour after that to finally get my phone. And really all they did was give me a SIM card. And it turns out my phone that I'm using for my Filipino phone, which is my old American phone, it's capable of 2 SIM cards. But, and don't, it's an LG. So LG doesn't make phones anymore, so this may be why. But it's an LG phone. The tray that comes with it when you buy it only takes 1 SIM card. You can buy a different tray, SIM card tray, that'll take 2. And the phone's capable of taking 2. But if you don't have that different tray, you can't put 2 SIM cards in it. And of course, I figured here, they're a little behind. Maybe they'd have the tray. No, they don't have any LG phones whatsoever. When it comes to cell phones, they're actually ahead of America, which is kind of funny. Not really kind of funny, it's kind of ironic. Because, you know, they're behind us in so many other things, but when it comes to some technology items, they're way ahead of us. And so it's been interesting there. So I did get my SIM. I have not plugged it into a phone yet because, of course, I have my Shopee, I have my wife's bank account app tied to my other number. Because so to make it even more thing, when we first got here to the Philippines, we bought a SIM card at the airport, and they sold us a SIM card that was not good. It was expired. But because we were at the airport, we didn't know any better. We got scammed. So then we went to a smart place. I think it worked so we could call her sister. I think it was expiring in like the next day. So it worked for that one day so we could call her sister so they could pick us up at the airport. And then the next day it wouldn't work anymore. And when we took it to Smart and we said, hey, what the heck? They said, well, this SIM card's expired. They said somebody at the airport scammed you. Well, it was the Smart dealership at the airport that scammed us. Okay. So anyway. So then we got this one that is the load one. And my brother-in-law's always loading, paying for load or getting load for me so that I can, continue to talk to my wife, who's the only person I talk to, and text her when she's away. And we're like, okay, yeah, let's just get to a regular plan. Well, in order to get to a regular plan, of course, you need multiple IDs, and you got to be legal, and okay. So now we've got that solved because we just pay 3 months in advance, and we're good. So yeah, so the plan is we actually have another old phone that I'm gonna put my current SIM card in, and then put the new SIM card in this one because I've got to transfer the phone. So it kind of works here the same way it does in America. If you want to change your phone number, you got to receive a text at the old phone number to say, are you really trying to change your number? And then you got to receive a text at the new phone number to say, hey, do you want to accept this change of phone number? So you got to have both numbers active, which never happens, right? Well, so here at least I've got a method for trying to accomplish that. So that should work, but I'm going to work on that probably after stream today. So sorry, breaks or ads are on. But that took, I don't know, 2.5 hours to try and get that resolved. So I finally did convince my wife during part of that, while that was going on, that hey, let's go and do some shopping because we had things we needed to buy. We have a few more appliances that we're wanting to get. We don't have a toaster oven. We don't have an oven at all, and ovens are not common here. In the Philippines, but since we're American,
Jenny, I got your number. I need to make you mine, Jenny. Don't change your number. 867-5309, 867-5309, 867-5309, 867-5309.
That doesn't sound like Christopher Walken. It actually sounded like somebody else. That's weird. Maybe that one's messed up. Thanks, Jerry Can. But yeah, so I said, I made a comment when we were at the cell phone store to my wife. I said, you realize that my American number I have had for 20 years. And slightly, okay. I said, I've had it for 20 years. And of course, without missing a beat, she said, like she always says, you're not in America anymore, buddy. Because this is literally the third time in less than 6 months I've changed my Filipino number. And unfortunately, everything you have here in the Philippines is tied to a phone number. So every time you change your number, you got to change everything. And I'm like, this is crazy. But yeah, it's pretty funny. Pretty funny. So So yeah, we did get that resolved at least.
The asteroid is depleted.
And so that's kind of that's been one we've been trying to get resolved. So we'll see how that goes. Maxwell, PH, how you doing, buddy? PH for the Philippines? Sorry, ads are on. You probably can't hear me. Yeah, we'll wait till the ads. Okay, there's the ads. Yeah, excellent. That's where I'm at. I'm in Batangas province. All my account is connected to my phone number. There you go. And that's it. And like I said, this is the third time I've had to change my phone number because of one thing or another. It's a nightmare. So, but yeah. But yes. Can't do anything here in the Philippines without a phone number. So, but yeah, so this too will get resolved. So, but yeah, thanks Maxwell for joining the stream. Appreciate it. We're down in Batangas province, San Juan, Batangas. So, if you're ever in the area, let me know. We'll go out and have coffee. But yeah, so that was it. So then we went did some shopping. We were in the mall, and so we did some shopping because we still needed a few appliances. So she wanted a pressure cooker for some reason. We've never had a pressure cooker in America, but supposedly cooking here with a pressure cooker makes it cook much faster. And so her family has suggested getting a pressure cooker. So I'm like, okay, no problem. We'll buy a pressure cooker. No problem. So we want to get a pressure cooker. We wanted to get a toaster oven. Lucena Cities. Yep. So your part. Yep. No worries. No worries. I'll let you know if we're ever in your area, because we are planning to do some travel, see some of the Philippines from time to time. So I'll definitely keep you posted. But yeah, so we don't have a toaster oven either. So like we don't have an oven at all. And so we made salmon a couple times, and she's always got to fry it, which is good. But we used to have baked salmon from America, so I really like that better. So doesn't cooking with a pressure cooker everywhere make it cook faster? I thought it was the point of a pressure cooker. It may be. We never used a pressure cooker in America. I'm not a cook, Lego, so I have no idea. But yes, you're probably right. Where here, I guess they say cooking takes too long, which they love to cook, so I don't know why that's a problem, but whatever. So that's what they suggested was a pressure cooker. So yeah, so you're probably right. Well, I have never used a pressure cooker ever in my life. So yeah, so when she was asking me which one should we get, I'm like, I don't have the faintest idea. You pick out what you think is best. I'm out of this one. But like the toaster oven, I said, yeah, let's look at these toaster ovens and see. Yeah, so Instapot. Yeah, see, we didn't call it that. So like a crock pot is what I always called an Instapot, but maybe. So Instapot. Yeah, see, I've never heard of that one. And we didn't see that yesterday. So we got a pressure cooker, but we also got a toaster oven. And then because of the outages, we've been looking for a rechargeable stand-up fan. So like a floor, I guess you call it a floor fan. We've been looking for a rechargeable one. And everybody says, oh yeah, they have them. But every time we look, they don't have them or they're super expensive. So yesterday, so I said, okay, let's go look for these things. And so it is not making it cook faster, but it's making it easier. You don't have to guard the rice when it's boiling. Okay, cool. Does air frying like different cooking methods? Okay. So Instapot. Okay, I'll have to check that out, Al. Thanks for that. We had an air fryer in America, and I love that, but cook rice in a pressure cooker. I use a rice cooker. Yeah, so we use a rice cooker to cook our rice. So, but they do a lot of their adobo and stuff in a pressure cooker, and I guess it takes too long to cook all the way through. So that's why they're saying that the pressure cooker would be better. So 6 to 1/2 dozen the other for me. But it's something my wife's been wanting to get. So I was like, okay, we're here. We don't make trips to Lipa that often. So let's get what we need so that, we don't have to come back again sooner than later. And so that was the point. And then the toaster oven is something that I was interested in because I'm like, yeah, I want It'd be nice to be able to heat up bread, you know, or you know, make the salmon, bake the salmon, bake some banana bread, you know, Instapot cheesecake. I've never heard of that. All different machines, they work differently. Yeah, yeah. No, you're good. You're good, Maxwell. It's all good. Yep. Yeah, rice cooker is different than a pressure cooker. So, and we have both. So, but anyway, so yeah, so we got a we got a pressure cooker, we got a toaster oven, we got a rechargeable fan, which is a nice stand-up fan. It recharges. It's actually got a light, so when the power goes out, it charges off the electric, and when the power goes out, it'll run on low speed. It'll run for 12 hours. On high speed, it'll run for 4 hours. So we'll still have a fan, because that's one of the problems with when the power goes out. It gets really hot, and so the fan's kind of nice. And so yeah, so we picked up a lot of things we needed and kind of got that taken care of. And then we were gonna go to S&R, but my wife was so tired by this point, because it's like literally like 6 o'clock. We decided we were just gonna go home, because hopefully our power was back on, and it was. It had actually come on shortly before we got home. We got home around 8:30, and it had come on about an hour before we got home. So I have a 9-in-1 Ninja toaster oven. Great. Yeah, see this one, yeah, they don't have the Ninja ones here, but they had I can't remember the brand name, but yeah, it's a pretty good one. It's like 15 liter. Everything's metric here, so I don't know how much 15 liters is, but I make steak, chicken, soup, veggie, all kinds of eggs in a rice pot. Okay, yeah, I haven't done that. Our rice cooker is actually a steamer as well, and so that's one thing I've told my wife. I had broccoli for the first time since I've been here in the Philippines yesterday at a restaurant. We had lunch at like a Chinese restaurant, and I really miss broccoli. And I said, yeah, we need to steam some broccoli. And we can do that in the rice cooker. It also works as a steamer, and so that's kind of nice. But yeah, it has high heat and simmer all you need. Yep. You can't bake with it. Yeah. So that's what we wanted with the toaster oven, is to bake. So my wife makes this mean banana bread, and we've got fresh bananas here all the time. And I'm like, you know, these would make some awesome banana bread. I've actually been buying banana bread from a bakery. And I'm like, you know, if you make it, it would actually save me a bunch of money. And so, not that it's costing me a whole lot, and it's contributing to the local economy, so that's always good. It's actually not local, because I think it's in Manila. But 3-ish liters is about a gallon. Yeah, so this one's like a 15 liter, which is funny. Like I said, it's a toaster oven. So it's really not doing liquid, but it's given a liquid measurement. So it's a 15 liter toaster oven, which I was like, okay. And so, yeah, so it looked big enough for me, you know. I said it'll make some banana bread, you know. It would fit in what the baking dish that we wanted to put in there, so she could make salmon, she could bake her other stuff, that kind of stuff. So 3.7, so maybe closer to 4 liters, okay. But yeah, so yeah, that's what I was thinking, is that, yeah, because they sell their gas here by the liter, and it's like $1 a liter, which comes to almost $4 a gallon, which when we left Kansas City, we were paying $2.89 a gallon, so which is almost double, you know, give or take 1.5 times what we were paying in Kansas City. And so now the 59 is what it is now. The 289 is what it was in April. So those could be different, but yes, gasoline is more expensive here. But there we are. So yeah, so we did get those things. We actually we needed some groceries, so we went grocery shopping, because that's why we were going to go to S&R. And I'm like, yeah, if we go to S&R, we're going to spend another $300. So why don't we just get the groceries here at the mall, because they do have a grocery store at the mall. Not the most, not the cheapest place to get groceries, but convenient. And unfortunately, we laughed about this. We stood in line for, I think, 25 minutes to check out, which It's kind of like an American line. Every time I go to Walmart, it's always like 20 minutes standing in line. Even at the self-checkout, it's usually at least 10 minutes. But they don't have self-checkout here, so which is good. But yeah, so we got some groceries. Scan and go. There you go. Yeah, they don't have that here. Running on empty here. Once this belt is done, so am I. We'll need a new booster for the fleet. No worries. I'll swap out with you, Jackson. So yeah. So that's where we were at. So we came home with all this stuff. Poor Abigail. Of course, Abigail's traveling with us because she can't stay home by herself. Now that we've come to a different country, she will not let us leave the house without her. So I love that. I only scan and go now. Yeah, I got used to it. And so, but I do think it's wrong. So I saw wasn't a documentary, but it was a news program where they interviewed Walmart, some Walmart thing. Let me explain. So they interviewed the Walmart people, and the Walmart people said, we realize with the self-checkout, people are stealing things. But what they're stealing, the financial amount of what they're stealing is less than we paid our cashiers. So we don't care that they're stealing. We're still in the positive. And, Walmart's been notorious in America for not giving, they keep everybody at 35 hours so that they don't get benefits. They treat their employees pretty bad. So let me tell you, as a Walmart person, but yes, I went to Walmart a lot. So I was guilty of contributing to that. So I really don't have a leg to stand on, because Walmart was the cheapest place of any of the grocery stores. So I don't know what I doubt if people steal as long as I don't have to be. I hate cashiering. Yeah. And I guess I understand that. That's got to be one of the worst jobs. And so maybe they prefer it as well, Which one died? I had a nickel.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right, we're on the last two asteroids. No worries, Jackson. Appreciate you. Actually, I'm going to kill this. I'm going to compress. I'm going to send all staff back. You guys decide which way we're going to go. I don't care.
Drive active.
Up or down, I don't care. If it could be all robotic, I'd pay to go to work. To go to work. There you go. Actually, they're getting there with those self-driving cars, so you might be there. Can I get an invite, please, and thank you? Yeah, you're already... Okay, so that's an old one. All right. Oh, yeah, that's an old message. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that was like hour and a half ago.
Docking permission requested.
All right, let me drop off this ore, and then I'm about 210 of a mile from Walmart. Go there in my jammies. Yeah, a lot of people go in their jammies. So yeah, they have a website called Walmart Bingo, and you can actually print off bingo cards that have various different things that you might see at a Walmart. And you go in there, and I guess if you complete your bingo card, I think you got to clear the whole card, but if you complete your bingo card, you can submit it to the website, and then you get put into a drawing for prizes. But yeah, I work in electronics, so when they put those self-checkouts in our store, they stopped calling for cashiers. It was the best thing ever. Yeah, see, I've never been a cashier, so I can't say to that point. So yes, I do. But I think cashier, well, I always thought cashier was one of the easier jobs for people to get, but I guess you do have to know how to, like, count money, which in America, that seems to be a difficult thing. So, did we decide if we're going up or down? Actually, you know what? I'll just decide. So we were at 7.7, so I'm going to go to 7.6. Gotta help my wife with something. Catch up to you shortly. No worry, Al. Thanks again. But now I guess so many people complain about self-checkouts that they're ripping half of ours back out and putting regular lanes back in. I'm so sad. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't like to check out, if you don't... Like I said, I always thought that was one of the better jobs at those places. And like I said, I definitely could be wrong, because I've never done it. But I thought that was one of the more, how do I say it, more of the more reliable jobs. Maybe that's not even the right word. If you guys want, you can warp to me. I'm in 6-6. Anybody that's left. I'm going to have Kragan warp to me. Oh. After I get rid of these, rats, there's a whole bunch of rats here. Holy cow. My goodness, it will not lock. Only locked. Alright, I'm killing the rats. Besides, pushing carts or unloading the truck or cleaning the crappers, cashiering is up there with those. Okay. Yeah, I remember I did used to have to clean the crappers, and that was that was not my favorite. When I worked for Pepperidge Farm, cleaning the dumpsters. So when they would have bad cookies, they would just shovel them off the belt into a dumpster. And I would have to always push the dumpster to the trash dump and load it and unload it and all that. And that was, yeah, those were always the worst. So yeah, so I can understand that. All right. All right, so booster up. Let me get Kragan over here. Let's warp to Falstaff. All right. But yeah, we had a lot of complaints in our area about Walmart because of the not giving benefits and those kind of things. And the cashiers were actually one of the few that did get benefits because they actually always got more than 40 hours. But I'm done with the mart in 900 days. It's my second job, so I only work there 2 days per week. But still, yeah, I understand that. I understand that. All right, Kragan's here. I'm going to have him salvage these guys up. Thanks for the fleet. Escape from reality tonight. See you all next week. No worries, Jackson. Thank you for boosting. Appreciate it. There's fuel in the corp hangar if you want to fill your orca back up. So it's ready for next time. It's weird. Am I approaching it? No, I'm not approaching it. How's it? Oh, the Noctis. He's salvaging. All right. Take care, Jackson. Have a good one. Give Mom a big hug for me. But so all in all, even though it was 12 plus hours, yesterday was pretty productive. Will do. Take care, all. You too, Jackson. If you want to grab some junk, jump to me. If you want to grab some junk, jump to you. That's a lot of time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was an all-day thing. Well, the power was out all day, so there was no reason for us to be home. But yeah, it was an interesting day. And we both fell asleep probably around 11 o'clock. We usually stay up till late, and we both fell asleep. Are you flirting? I don't know what he's doing there. I was wondering that myself. Oh, he's clearing a combat site. Okay, gotcha. He's clearing a combat site. Yeah, he's clearing a combat site. Alright. I think there's one more. Where's the other loot? There it is. Let's clean this guy. Alright, so then so there is no rich plague here. Okay? No problem. Alright. Let's compress this. Alright. So thanks for that, Respin. Appreciate it. Sean might join you. He's got a Noctis. I don't know. I don't know if he's probably mining in that. I was thinking I always use my Noctis for doing salvage, so. But he's probably mining in his, so. But yeah. Alright. So we're mining. Excellent. So just 3 of us out here now. Al said he might be back. Alright. So yeah, so it was a productive day. Doesn't sound like it. We discovered that our architect, kind of screwed us. I don't know if I counted as screwing us. He provided blueprints in the wrong size. So technically he did what the contract says. So, I saw you had a Noctis. I usually use my Noctis for salvaging, and in the fleet channel, Infinity Respin is saying that he's got a bunch of combat loot that he was gonna need help with salvaging. So I wasn't sure if you had your Noctis set up for mining or if you had it set up for salvaging. Be right back with my miner if no one wants this junk. Yep. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Sorry, Respin. So that's why I mentioned you, Sean. When I saw the Noctis, I was thinking that you were salvaging. But yeah, so we discovered our architect. Okay. Well, so Respin has a combat site that needs salvaged. So if you want some more salvage, you can warp to him and salvage what he has there. Otherwise, he's going to leave it. So that's what the messages in the stream as well as in the fleet are about. So that's why I mentioned you, since you got a salvager. None of the rest of us have salvagers, so. So, anyway. Alright, so we got that taken care of. So yeah, so we discovered our architect. And I think we decided that we probably should say something to him, so. I think I'm going to let the wife do it. She's a lot more politically correct. Where, how? Where, how, what, Blue Gray? It's in Eufine, if you're talking about the combat site. So Respin did a combat site. There's salvage there now. he didn't want to leave it without giving the opportunity to people in Fleet to be able to collect it. So he mentioned it in Fleet and on the stream. Where, how, now, brown cow. Exactly. All right. Everybody's caught up. So yeah, so we discovered our architect. So I think I'll let the wife talk to him. He's still on the site. So yeah, so he's gonna. I think he jumped to you. No, he hasn't. So yeah, Sean, if you want it, you got to jump to. So use the corp, use the fleet, and do a right click on Infinity and say warp to member. And that will get you where the salvage is. Yeah, I got screwed today. Wasn't able to get out. Yeah, that's what I heard. So that sucks. So yeah, Infinity. I don't know if Sean's coming or not. He looks like he's just sitting here. So sorry. Yeah, Sean, if you're going to do it, he wants you to do it now, because once he leaves, you won't be able to find it again. And he wants to come and mine with us. So he's planning on leaving it. So, but yeah, I don't think Sean understood that. So, all right, he got stuck. He's on his way. All right. Thanks, Sean. But yeah, so we discovered our architect kind of, for lack of a better term, I don't think he screwed us on purpose. I don't know. I don't know how he couldn't have screwed us on purpose, since the 3 feet tall, roof ceiling was definitely going to be a problem. And the rebar thing, maybe he just didn't know. I don't know. But still, he obviously had somebody on his team that was not doing legitimate work. So yeah, so from that perspective, we'll reach out to him at least and let him know, in case he doesn't know, he has someone on his team not doing legitimate work. Because some other Filipino might be more upset. He's designed for other people, so in that case, one of them's probably already mentioned it. But my wife wanted to talk to him because she thought maybe there's a legitimate reason, and the engineer was like, "There's no legitimate reason for that." He said, even if you were building it on a cliff, a sandy cliff, that wouldn't work. And so he said, and she said, well, maybe it used to be a rice field. And he's like, no, it's not even if it was a rice field, that wouldn't it. So isn't ignorance a legitimate reason? Yeah, you can't fix stupid. That's one of my favorite sayings, and it's absolutely correct. One of our favorite shows lately has been Catfished on Social Catfish on YouTube. And some of those people, and it's funny because my wife's like, yeah, we're laughing at those people for getting scammed by a romance scammer. This one woman, God bless her, she thought Johnny Depp was in love with her, and Johnny Depp needed her to send him money because of his situation with Amber Heard and the lawsuit where he had to pay all the money to Amber Heard. And this woman, who was a blue-collar worker living paycheck to paycheck, needed to send all her life savings to Johnny Depp because he was in love with her. And she was not an attractive woman. And I'm like, this is Johnny Depp. I mean, come on. I think he does. Yeah, I think he does. But yeah, so yeah, we were kind of laughing about that. But my wife's like, yeah, we're laughing at these people, and then the architect kind of scammed us. and I'm like, eesh. I mean, we watched one the other day with this woman who's married is talking to this guy online, and she has sent him over the course of 3 years $200,000. And she's still convinced, even after the Social Catfish showed her, this is not a white guy. He's a black guy living in Nigeria. She was still convinced, no, he's going to pay me back. He's going to pay me back. He's promised me he's going to pay me back. He's going to pay me back. And I'm like, And then on the other side, she kept telling everybody how smart she was. I'm way smarter than everyone else. You know, most people are not my intellectual equals. And I'm just like, what? I mean, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I'm not telling people that, you know? I'm definitely not telling people I am the sharpest knife in the drawer. That's for damn sure. Yeah, so... And even at the very end, she wouldn't take any responsibility for losing the $200,000. Her husband had just found out about the $200,000, and he was furious. And so, yeah, so... Yeah. I thought he had one, but maybe not. Yeah. MTU. Yeah, Sean, yeah, definitely look into it. Those Noctis are great for that. If you have those, it actually pulls all the wrecks towards you, so you don't have to travel as much. It collects all the loot and puts it in one can, and then you just got to pick up that one can, and so, yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. So, I use them in my battleships, and then I go back with my loot ships and pick them up and salvage my salvage ship, and so. But anyway, I'm sorry. I thought you had one because there was one out earlier, and I thought that was yours, but that might have been Infinity's. So, but yeah, so we've been watching that lately, and so my wife was like, you know, she said, I feel bad because we're laughing at these people, and then we got scammed by our architect. And I said, well, I don't know that I would call it scammed. I mean, we trusted him to do what we hired him to do, and he didn't. And, you know, that happens all the time. I mean, he wasn't a romance scammer that convinced me he loved me and got me to send him, you know, $4,000 or something. You know, he kind of, you know. And that's what, so you guys know, that's what it ended up costing us for the architect that designed the plans for us, was about $4,000. And which I thought was a good price. The previous architect we had charged us $600 for the walkthrough, and then told us it would be about $4,000 if we wanted the blueprints, after she had already agreed to me and that's why I sent her the $600, was she had agreed that she would give us the walkthrough and the blueprints for the $600. The guy that we have now, his is about $800 is what it's going to cost us to do the redesign. So he's going to give us the walkthrough and the plans, everything for $800. And so, but we paid $4,000 to the last guy. And honestly, an architect in America runs about $20,000. So when it was $4,000, I thought, oh, that sounds like a pretty good price, because, you know, it is cheaper in the Philippines. But it is, we actually had someone else quote us that it would have been about $8,000 for them to design our house. And so, which was way higher. And so, yeah, so from that perspective, so yeah, the $4,000 seemed like it was pretty good. We did hear from a vlogger online that they only paid, $500. No, $5,000. No, $500. Yeah, they only paid $500 for their plans. And so that's when we realized, hey, maybe we're not getting the best price. And so, but yeah. So anyway, just so you guys know, so yeah, so we paid the first one. They only gave us the walkthrough for a different design, $600. And I thought that included everything. And because she had told me it included everything. And then when I asked her for the rest, she was like, no, you got to pay another $4,000 if you want to get the rest. So I was like, screw you. So then we got the second guy, who we ended up paying $4,000. And he designed it over the course of a year, which we thought was good. Now found out it's worthless. And now the new guy's fixing it for $800. So, yeah. So, and he's going to give us the walkthrough and the blueprints and everything for $800. So yeah. So, which is similar to the, and he's going to do it in 3 weeks to a month. So, not a year. So, but anyway, yeah, just so you guys have numbers. Sorry. So yeah, so from that perspective, that's where we're at. So at least we discovered that. A little disappointed that the other builders we reached out to had not mentioned that there was a problem with the blueprints at all, which, like I said, is still kind of flooring me, because I'm like, shouldn't that have been something? But yeah, and like I said, there may be an explanation for that. Maybe something along the lines of they just didn't look at it close enough, or they just quoted us a price, or they thought that's what we wanted even though it doesn't make sense. Yeah. So yeah, so from that perspective, but yeah, so that kind of gives you guys some numbers so you know where we're at. But yeah, so we discovered that our architectural drawings are not good. And so we got that reworked. Like I said, we're gonna have this guy redesign the place. We have not decided if he's gonna build it yet or not, but I'm probably 90% there. Like I said, his honesty has been very refreshing, because I don't get that a whole lot here. The only negative I have for him so far is that he does not like to speak English. And my wife is always telling me, oh no, the educated people, he's got a master's degree, or actually he's working on his master's degree in engineering. And get my PSA stuff straightened out. We're trying to get the agricultural to residential straightened out, which will then allow our deed of sale to be filed and our title to be transferred to our name, my wife's name. And so that's it. So, and then we picked up a pressure cooker and a toaster oven. So yeah, so we got a little bit more amenities, which is good. We got a rechargeable fan, which is also good. So, and now we'll probably never lose electric again because we have a rechargeable fan. So, which would be fine. I did so yeah. So we bought the pressure cooker and the toaster oven from SM Appliance. They seem to do better with the kitchen home appliances. We also bought a dehumidifier. We're having a problem with some mold, and so we got a dehumidifier, which is supposedly take care of that. We bought the dehumidifier and the rechargeable fan from Ace Hardware, which they have here. And then after we bought those, we were walking to the car to put the stuff in the car. Actually, my brother-in-law and the guy, and I asked the guy from the store. They always take your stuff to the car, which is really nice here. We don't have that in America anymore. And so I asked him, I said, hey, I didn't ask, but do you guys have solar generators? And he said, we do. And I'm like, so Ace Hardware seems to be where I should be looking. And I just got to wait for stuff to go on sale there, because they're not the cheapest place, since it's an American company. And so, yeah, so I told him, I said, okay, well, the next time we're here, I'm going to get probably a solar generator. And so his eyes kind of lit up, and I was like, okay. So, but yeah, because that's the long-term goal for the power problems. Like I said, hopefully with this changes they made here yesterday, the maintenance they did yesterday, we're going to have more consistent power. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. There was one other negative to the engineer, the new guy. Is he said he was not familiar with solar. He had never done solar on a house yet. And so he would have to research that and do that, or we would have to contract someone else to do the solar, which I said either was fine. like I said, I'm very comfortable with him already without that. But in that defense, as I told my wife, I was very comfortable with our previous guy, and that didn't necessarily work out too well for us with our architects. So yeah. So from that perspective, maybe me being comfortable is not a good thing. Maybe I'm not a very good judge of character. So yeah. So hey, why did you not attack? But yeah, so a truthful worker is a blessing to everyone. I agree. And like I said, this guy, in some cases, was more truthful. So we told him our situation with the title, with the lot, with going from agriculture to retail. His mom is a real estate agent, so he said, and I think he's working with my wife to try and get some idea of where that's at and how he can help us resolve some of that, which is kind of nice. Which actually is kind of fantastic. Because yeah, that would be a huge blessing if he helps us get that resolved. Because yeah, they're taking forever to do the rezoning, which, you know, maybe they don't live in our area. They're in Cavite, which is where we own our other property, which is kind of ironic. Small world. And so yeah, so from that perspective, but they do have connections. That's the way politics works around here, is it's always connections. And so from that perspective, they might be able to help us out with, you know, speeding that up, which would be great. So, but yeah, but that's what we're waiting on now for the paperwork. My PSA, we did discover that we can make an appointment with PSA. We can go in there, we can show them the documents, the correct documents, the wrong document, and they should be able to correct it for a small fee. Yeah. What is it, like $7? I think it comes out to about $7. So yeah, which sounds very doable to me. So from that perspective, I'm good. And we have to, of course, go there. And once again, it's a government place, so I probably have to wear pants. I don't have to be official and that kind of stuff. So there is, there's some things around that, which is not feasible. There, of course, isn't one near us, so that's another 2-hour thing. So that might be something I'll have to schedule. So, but yes, I agree, Blue Gray, truthful worker. So yeah, like I said, he's won me over with a whole lot of things. He did not have to tell us about the plans. As we know from the other 2 contractors we contacted and gave the plans to, they didn't tell us. And so he could have done the same thing. But he immediately, while my wife's talking to him on Facebook, before he's ever met us, called her and said, hey, there's a problem here. And so, yeah, so that was really nice. So yeah, so that was kind of nice. So yeah, so from that perspective, that was a really good one. So I've been really, like I said, I've been real impressed with him. So, but yeah, so I'm pretty sure, I don't want to say he's our builder, but I'm pretty sure, just based on the fact that he was the first person to be really honest with us, that he's going to be our builder. I did mention that I really liked the foreman we met. Now he's got 7 foremen. So I probably will like some of the others as well, just based on, that I really like this guy. But I did mention I like this foreman. I like the way he does work. He wasn't aggressive to the workers, but the workers were working while we were there, and they were, very conscious of working while we were there. Now, it could have been because the American was standing there. I don't know. There could have been all kinds of factors. But I'm not the owner of the property, so I had no skin in the game there. But anytime they even kind of looked like stopping work, he kind of gave them a look, and they were right back at work. And I'm like, that's the guy I want running my site. I want somebody that, I don't have to worry about it. It's taken care of. And very knowledgeable, like I said, and he complimented me on my knowledge, which I said, yeah, that wasn't my point. But when I asked about the roof, he was really surprised. Like, okay, he said, yeah, I'm not a builder, but I've watched enough vlogs that I know getting the roof on is kind of a key milestone, because then you can continue to work even if it's raining. And so, and they're, like he said, they're probably going to be putting the roof on this weekend. And so yeah, they're really close to getting the roof on. But yeah, so from that perspective, that was kind of interesting. But yeah, I did mention to the engineer that I really liked that foreman. So, and it was nice. All of the people on his team. So he had 16 people on his team, 16 workers, and him is 17. They were all family. So that's what I said to my wife. I said, yeah, well, that's why he's able to do so well with them, is because he's like, hey, if you don't straighten up, I'm gonna call your mom, and let her know you're messing around, because they send all their money. They make the money and they send it all home to the wives and kids and mothers and children and brothers and sisters, and same way it's always worked with the Filipino people. And so you let mom know, or you let the wife know that he's jacking around and he might lose his job. She'll straighten that crap out real quick. So I thought that was, I was joking, but I thought it was pretty good that they were all family. So. And the other thing that I like, though, I think this is kind of exploitation, and I'm sorry that I like it, but because they live so far away, so they live in one of the far northern provinces, so it's like they got to take a boat and a plane to get to their place. They don't go home on the weekends. So normally here in the Philippines, everybody works Monday through Saturday, and they work a half a day on Saturday. They leave at noon on Saturday. Saturday's payday. And they leave at noon on Saturday, and they go home, and they spend all day Sunday at home, and then they come back Monday morning. Well, you got issues with that, because Saturday's kind of, even though it's a half day, you don't usually get a full day work. You don't even get a half day work out of them, because of part of that half day you got to pay them as well, so that takes away. And then Monday, not everybody always shows up on time, so. So because they're coming, from somewhere else, there's travel time and you blah, blah, blah. And so you lose a little bit on Monday, you lose a little bit on Saturday. So these guys, since they live so far away, and it's not worth, it takes them over a day to get there, they just stay and they work 7 days a week. And so that helps get the house done faster. So they work 7 days a week. In this case, the project is 9 months. Their plan was to work 7 days a week for 9 months. Because they've been working 7 days a week now for 3 months, they're actually to the point where they're going to be done in another 3 months. So they're going to be done 3 months early. I think they added a couple more people so that they could get done earlier, because the client wanted it to be done earlier so they can move in by Christmas. And so based on that, they're going to get home, earlier. They're going to, there are more people making more money, and but it does seem like it's kind of exploiting them. I know in America you would never get anybody to work 7 days a week. not without some serious overtime. And there's no such thing as overtime here. But these guys are happy to be working, because there's not a whole lot of work here, and so they're happy to be working, happy to be employed, happy to be providing for their family, and so there is something to be said for that. And and I want my house built as quick as possible, but I want it to be built right. I don't want to sacrifice right for speed, and I don't want to sacrifice speed for right. So I guess I would sacrifice speed for right. But I definitely don't want them to have speed for wrong, which is what we have now. So we're going to get that unscrewed. Get back on track with that. That hopefully will work out. Supposedly, our rezoning should be done here sometime in August. So we only got 2 more days. I'm on the 30th now. You guys, actually, most of you probably, not most of you. You East Coasters just started the 30th, so. But yeah, so technically 2 to 3 days left in July. So yeah, so if this rezoning happens in August, then we should be in good shape, because we'll spend the month with the redesign, and then we'll be ready. The project that they're on, that this foreman's on and the team is on, that I like. He's the only one I met, so I probably should meet some of the others. There is another team working in Cavite, and we may meet them when we go out to see the virtual walkthrough. But yeah, they'll be done with this project that they're on in October, and so it's one of those where we possibly could start as early as October, or he has other teams, so he could maybe throw a different team on it and we could start earlier. Right now, the paperwork is really the key. So, and the redesign, because the design that we have now is not capable of being built. So that's what that is. But yeah, then, like I said, we picked up some other things. I got a new Filipino phone number, my third. So now I'm going to try and switch everything over to it, which is always fun. What else? I think that's about it. It was definitely a productive day. I feel better. My wife, which is more important, my wife feels a lot better about our situation. Like I said, she was, I guess, not in a good place with our previous architect, and was pretty upset, which I did not know. And that's partially, I think, is my fault, because I probably should have been more aware. I knew him and her didn't seem to see eye to eye a lot. He catered a lot more to me than he did to her. He didn't have any trouble speaking it. So, manufacturing, there is no place in Ufine to manufacture. I have to go one jump over to Larumblumps is where I do my building, and it's not that good. There's probably a place in Billy. I think Jerrican found a player-owned station close to here that does building and spit it out. Clones, jump clones for free, or it does the jump clones for free. I don't know if it does billing. So yeah. So from that perspective, yeah, there are some places here, but there's nothing in Ufine proper. I do PI here with one of my characters, but I actually do it in Alcien, which is one jump out of Ufine, and it's low sec, so it's a little more dangerous, but the PI is much better, and it's not a real bad system. It's that system that I did the storyline mission in that I had to do, and I did complete that one, by the way, off stream, I think on Tuesday or Wednesday last week, before we lost power over and over and over again. And so yeah, so I did complete that one. Unfortunately, and I don't even understand how this works. It was a storyline mission in Galente space, but I ended up getting negative Galente standing because I had to kill Galente ships it was a distribution mission, but it turned out that it was a distribution agent, but it was a combat mission. And so you're manufacturing and Juns are on. Yeah, I don't know that one. Yeah, and that might not be too far. Let me see if I can find it. KUNSERAUNT. Yeah, no results for that. Is that, you got it spelled differently? just try John's. Come on. I did hit enter, right? There it goes. Chunzarant. Oh, I see it. Yeah, it's only 2 jumps away. So that's not too bad. Yep. Yeah, you had the pronunciation right. I think they just spell it weird. So, or at least I think the pronunciation is right. But yes, that's only 2 jumps away. So that's not far. So that sounds like a good place for building. I haven't really done a whole lot of building here, but I do need to do some more building here. So yeah, so that is something to look into. I do want to get to where I've got a 0 jump clone, and like I said, Jerry Can had found a place, but for the life of me, it was in one of the chats, and I don't have it anymore. So my home is 8 jumps from here, so that's not too bad. Yeah, my home is I think 13, which isn't too bad, but unfortunately there's a huge gate camp between, so it goes through Civila, which is one of the worst. So yes, that's where I built the retriever. So yeah, say you put a ship in the cooker for me some time ago. Did I? I'm looking at my notes, but unfortunately, Tappy Orca Pudding. That's still a good one. I don't care who you are. That's still pretty good. Whitelist for any Eve links. Do you remember what ship it was? Al? Sometimes I can't even read my writing. I do vaguely remember something along those lines, so I'm 30 jumps in null. There you go. Something to haul with. Oh, yeah, and I think I did build it. I just got to bring it out here. So yeah, that's I think. Crap. And actually, I can probably give you the one I have here, and just haul that one out next time I come out. Give me a second. I don't know why I'm throwing a blank now on, it's called Rock Hauler. Drawing a blank on what the type of ship is. A Nereis. Yeah, a Nereis. Yeah, it looks like I did already bring it out. I think this is the one. No. It's not a Nereis. No, Miasmos. Yeah. Nereis is a generic hauler. Miasmos is an ore hauler. Yeah. So I can give you, I have a Nereis here if you want. Nereis is a low level one. I think that's one you get from those starter missions. This is a Miasmos, and I did build you one, but it's in Venelin, so I got to bring it out here. But this one is specifically for ore. It's got a huge tracts of land. It's got a huge ore hold, and yeah, so that's the one. And then there's a Cryos as well, which does minerals. It actually hauls a lot of minerals. So that's the problem with Miasmos, is it only does ore. So when you haul the ore to some place to have it reprocessed, then the Miasmos can't haul the minerals that resulted from it. So, but yes, I did build you a Miasmos that I have in Venelin. I just don't have it here yet. So I will get it out here in the next couple days and get it to you. Venelin. That's gonna be miasmos. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Modules. Miasmos. Yep. So I've got one sitting there waiting for you. So I'll get it out here. Yep. Yep. So yeah, I'll get that out here sometime in the next couple days. I need to make a run to Ventolin one way or the other, because I haven't been back to Ventolin in like 3 weeks, and that's killing me. And I need to bring out some mining crystals. So yeah, so I'm gonna write this down. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna start a new list, because that's one of my problems is this list has so much crap on it. Can't find what it is. So miasmos, the owl, and I'm gonna bring some mining crystals with it. Mining crystals for Fowl and Kragan. Oh, and actually I could bring some boost charges. I had to buy boost charges the other day, so I need to bring some of those out. So yeah, thanks for that, Al. I'll get that out sometime in the next couple days. So yeah. Well, Staff Finder, try again. BluegrayXV miasmos. Alpha but lacks an Omega cloak, and MWD for the MWG trick. Yeah. See, yeah, I've never put a cloak on the miasmos. I didn't know that was possible, but I do haul a lot of stuff with it back and forth. So that one I have here in Eufene is the one I used to haul the ore back to Ventolin, so, but I haven't hauled any back in a while, so it's just a bit of a hauling in high sec. Yeah, the Nerisse. Yeah, that's a basic hauler you get from the starting level guys, the career agents. And so, but yeah, it's more, my miasmos didn't take, you shared the ship, not the fit. Okay. Well, yeah, because I can't access the fit from where I'm at. I'm out in space, so it won't let me access the fit. So I did want to share the ship. Yeah, so I did what I was trying to do. Yeah, because I'm out here in space, it won't let me access the fit. I'm not in it, so... It's called Rock Hopper, I think. Rock Transport, yeah. If I go to show info and I go to fitting, I can see the fit. This one might work. But yeah, this fitting is a special fitting that actually Blossom gave me, so I use it to haul stuff back and forth, but it does not have it does not have a cloak. I just make sure I check the gate campsite to make sure I'm not getting myself into trouble, and then I haul stuff back and forth. But yeah, we got a bunch of people out here. Appreciate you guys being here. Sorry that I did have to reschedule the mining event. I told my wife, I said, you know, if you want to schedule stuff for us to go places, Tuesday is the only day you can't do that. Monday night for you guys. I said because yeah, with that's my mining event night, so I do not want to leave these guys high and dry on that night. So unfortunately, she didn't schedule that. The electric company had shut off the electric, so that was that problem. So yeah, the problem with our backup power solution is I'm in a rental, and cannot's probably not the correct term. I can modify the electric and add in a backup power source so that it would automatically switch if the electric goes out. But those kind of modifications are above what they really allow here for rentals. So I would need approval from the landlord, and I would most likely have to leave it when we go. And it is a very expensive solution. It's a solar solution, a solar generator solution, so it's going to be probably a couple $1,000s, and it is not something I want to leave. So the other option is that I just lay it on the roof and take an extension cord and come in from the outside through a window or something, and then manually, every time the power goes out, manually plug my stuff in. And that's not, I don't want that. I want it to be, if we're gonna do it, I want it to be something semi-automated so that it switches automatically. And so you can grab it and then stash it here for mining night. Yep, there you go. But yeah, so I'm trying to figure out how to do that without. Our landlord is a fantastic mom and son combination. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that without seriously pissing them off. And so, but honestly, if it comes down to me leaving something that's worth a couple grand, they probably would be super happy. But I really don't want to leave it. So we really won't need a solar generator when we move to the house, because we're going to have solar panels. So that's redundant. But it is something I could provide to one of our other family members rather than leave it for a landlord that I will never ever talk to again. So yeah, so from that perspective, I'm trying to figure out the right way to go about it without hurting anyone, pissing anyone off, upsetting anyone, kind of thing. So yeah, so that's where that is. So I do have a backup power supply on the Starlink. So every time, the last 2 times we've lost power, the Starlink has stayed up, including yesterday. I actually shut off the backup because I didn't want the Starlink to stay up since we were leaving, and I knew it was going to be 12 hours and the battery wouldn't last that long. So, but yeah, I'm going to add out now. Enjoy. I don't know what you mean by that, Seth, but thank you. Wish I was there. I put 800-watt system in a 20-foot travel trailer, about $3,500. Yep. Yeah, and that's where this is I can get a better solution, but it's going to be more expensive and it's going to be more disruptive from the perspective of this is a rental house and I'm not going to be able to get it back out again when we leave without doing some major damage. So yeah, because it's got to be wired into the fuse box or into the breaker panel, and so yeah, so that's kind of more invasive. So, which is more than they usually allow here with rental properties. Now, like I said, I am American, so from that perspective, our landlord probably would allow it. Like they said, they're super nice. I don't want to take advantage of that, but yeah, from that perspective, it is something that we are considering. We're trying to figure out. We've actually got this mold problem now that we're trying to work out with them, and we're going to see how that works out before we cross the power barrier. So, but yeah, I do need a backup power solution so that when in the middle of my stream, if the power cuts out, I don't lose you guys. And so at least now, yeah, the internet will stay on now. Unfortunately, the computer won't. So that kind of doesn't solve the problem. It will give it so that we can still use our phones and that kind of stuff. But like I said to her, I said, yeah, the internet stays up, so that works with our phones that are charged. Doesn't work with the TVs because they're tied into the power and everything else. So yeah, so it's one of those where I'm not really sure the correct way to go about getting this taken care of. And so yeah, so we're looking at it. I do know the first step is to buy a solar generator. And so, and a solar generator, it's really oxymoron. It's not really a solar generator. It is a generator that is using solar panels to pipe in electricity to the electrical grid for the house. And so, which is the same thing as a solar system. Our house is going to have a solar system. That's exactly what it does, just on a bigger level. The solar generator is a small device that acts as a transformer and the inverter. It takes the power from the panels and inverts it to whatever's plugged into the box that it is. Unfortunately, the box that it is would have to manually be plugged in. You know, all the stuff would have to be manually plugged in. And my PC is a very high-end PC. Unfortunately, I got a memory chip that's burned out, so I got to figure out what I'm gonna do about it. I'm thinking about building a new one, but yeah, my PC is a very high-end PC, and it uses a lot of power. And so, from that perspective, it's not sure what size of solar generator I need to get for the battery, so that it could last for, let's say, a 4-hour stream. Let's say I lose power right as soon as the stream starts. I want 4 hours that I could do it. Now, luckily, I'm streaming in the morning. The sun is out. So that's the nice thing about a solar generator is you're really not running on just battery. You're running off the solar that's being generated at that time. The only time you're running off the battery is at night when there's no sun. So yeah, so those are kind of nice. But like I said, once we go to the house, we have a whole solar system there. Solar generator is redundant. Our third backup there would be a regular gas power generator, and I doubt we will ever use that. So, but yeah, Al, that makes sense. 800 watt system. Yep. Yeah, my boss back at, and Nick was in here earlier. I guess he took off. I didn't see if he said goodbye, so hopefully I didn't miss his goodbye. But yeah, Nick, who's in here, we both had the same boss when I was working, and our boss he has a mobile home RV, I guess we call it. I don't know what they call it now, but yeah, and he's the one who actually suggested the Starlink to me, because he uses Starlink on his mobile home and mobile, yeah, RV, and yeah, and he has those kind of things with it as well, solar and that kind of stuff. So yeah, do understand some of that. And that's one thing I am a little bit more familiar with, is I've done a lot of study on the solar. I honestly, if we had been in America for a little longer, I was considering getting solar in America. But I'm glad I didn't. Solar in America does not pay for itself as quickly as it does here. Here, the ROI is about 5 years. In America, it's about 10 years, and 10 years is about the time frame that the batteries are good for, and the panels are usually good for 20 years, but the batteries are good for 10 years. So you're in America, because of the seasonal stuff, snow and things of that nature, ice, you're not able to fully use the solar panels all year round, and so it takes longer for them to get paid off and to balance out, and so the time frame is right around at 10-year mark. You've just now broke even, and now you got to buy new batteries because your batteries are starting to go, and usually you stagger them so that you don't have all your batteries going at once. But when you buy them the first time, of course they're all the same age, and so with that said, it's usually a constant circular where you're still paying, and the batteries, of course, are the most expensive part of the system. So the inverter, the transformer, the panels, they're all fairly cheap. The batteries is where you really spend the money, and so with that said, now here, like I said, here in the Philippines, the ROI is about 5 years. So you pay it, you make enough money from it to pay it to to have it paid off in 5 years. You save enough money that you broke even at 5 years, and then you have another 5 years of where you're just living free until you have to start replacing batteries. So that's better. But it's also because it's not seasonal here. They have the sun all year long. We're near the equator, so you're getting the sun for longer during the day. Where we were in Kansas City, I think ours was like a 8 to 10 hour sun time frame when I checked into it. And like I said, that was also seasonal, because in the winter months it was less. And so we're here, it's like a 14 hour, you have the sun 14 hours, I think it's 14 hours is what you're getting. So I had a solar guy come out and we sat down and talked things, but there was a little dip in power in the winter due to less sun. Yep. But overall, the panels don't lose any effectiveness with the weather. The snow slides off quickly because the panels are slippery, and then any little bit of sunlight will warm it up and they clean themselves. Yep. And I think that's another reason for like the sloped roof, is if you have the sloped roof and the panels are on a sloped roof, the snow will automatically slide off. So yeah, so that was kind of a good thing. We don't have snow here, so that's not a problem. So that's why we can go with a flat roof. But yeah, a little bit of sunlight does warm them up. And so yeah, the only thing I think we have to worry about here is that with the typhoons, there's a lot of flying debris, and that can break them, which happens also. We had a lot of hailstorms in Kansas City, so the hail caused a lot of damage. So the house you're building will have a power wall, right? So I'm not sure what you mean by a power wall. I think we call it a power bank here, but yes. So it'll where the breakers are will be oh, there's my raid. I was like, why is my raid open? FBI, open up! Reno, thanks for the raid, buddy. Actually, it helps if I spell your name right, huh? Spelled it right on the first one.
Thank you.
I didn't spell it right on the second one. Yeah, so thanks for that. Thanks for the follow. Reno, thanks for the follow. Stig S, thanks for the follow. So yeah, so I think we're talking about the same thing there. Oh, I gotta wait another minute 46 seconds. So yeah, I'll get you that other shout out here in a second, Reno. Sorry about that, since I spelled your name wrong on the second one. But yeah, I think we're talking about the same thing. Yeah. So yeah, they call it a power bank here, but yeah. So what it is that we'll have our breakers, and the breakers will be wired into inverter, and the inverter will go to both the local power and the transformer for the solar, and it'll have an automatic switch that will, and yeah, we'll have a whole room that we've got designed kind of for that in the layout. And so, and then that's where all the batteries will be as well. They'll be right there next to the inverter. So yeah, so it's all in one place, and it'll be concrete, which is an advantage over the American, where it's most of the houses are wood. The batteries are a fire hazard if they get too hot, and that'll burn your whole house down if those go. So yeah, so here with the concrete, they don't have a whole lot of house fires. They do have fires, mostly grease fires from all their, grease cooking. But yeah, they don't have a whole lot of fires because it's all concrete. So, which is good, because from the perspective of the fire department showing up, that's never a guarantee. So yeah, so But we're pretty far north in Wisconsin, and I think we planned on 24 panels. They did complete workup with estimate output for each month of the year and was estimated to pay itself off after 14 years with a 24-year expected lifespan. Okay, so that's pretty good. Yeah, what we were told in Kansas City was it would pay itself off after 10 years. And I think we get a little less snow than you. And but that we would have to start replacing batteries at that 10-year mark in order to stagger them going forward. Yeah, I got the rats. Sorry. I was talking too much, so. But yeah, we would have to start staggering the replacement of the batteries starting at that 10-year mark. And so we really wouldn't, we would break even, but we really wouldn't save. We wouldn't have any years where we would save a whole lot. The panels, they did say were guaranteed for 20 years. As long as they weren't damaged by hail, which was a big problem in Kansas City. We get a lot of hail. And so that was that one. But yeah. So yeah, sounds similar. You guys I would think you guys get more snow, so I'm kind of surprised. It does make sense that it would take longer for it to pay off, but not that it would that you have a longer term frame. And some of the stuff I checked into was older, so that could be why too. Is that maybe the technology's come further, and so now they're a little bit better. So maybe the panels are actually lasting longer. So, but yeah, 24 expect. They did say 20 years. The panels are guaranteed for 20 years. But the batteries, like I said, at least when I checked, and that wasn't that long ago, probably about a year and a half, they had said that you really want to start replacing batteries at that 10-year mark. Figure out which one is the one that's mainly depleted, because the batteries only have a certain amount of times they can be depleted and recharge before they start losing their effectiveness. And so you figure out whichever one has the lowest effectiveness and you replace it. And then that way you're not replacing batteries every single, or you're not replacing all, like in our case, I think we were looking at something like 10 batteries. And so you're not going to replace the batteries, all 10 batteries at once, because that's super expensive. But if you replace one every year, it allows you to kind of stagger it, so that in our case with 10 batteries we replace one every year, so then it's not costing you as much and you're breaking even. But yeah, it was that's how they had kind of worked it out with us. But yeah, it was all pretty interesting. I was like, but yeah, like here, the ROI is like 5 years, though, because of the longer days and all stuff. Our quote was 2021. We didn't end up getting them, and I'm kicking myself. Yeah, like I said, I was pretty close to pulling the trigger there in Kansas City too. The hail was what scared me, and I knew we were moving, so it didn't really behoove me to spend that much money on something I might not get back. And so they also say that a lot of times you have trouble selling your house if it has solar panels on it. So, but our quote was from 2021. It was a $15K investment. Yeah, so that's about, that sounds about right. Yeah, ours here, it's about $20K, so about $1 million pesos. So 20,000 comes out to about $1 million pesos. And yeah, after all the incentives, yeah, they don't have any incentives here, and I don't think we had batteries quoted. It was just a supplemental, which would cover nearly all the cost of data. There you go. Yeah, so yeah, ours definitely had the batteries, and so yeah, so we actually, it seems like it is a little cheaper here, since it's right around $1 million is what everybody's quoted me. Where was I headed with that? Yeah, right around $1 million. Everybody's quoted me $1 million pesos, which is $20K, and but ours does have batteries, and the batteries are definitely the most expensive part. So yeah, the batteries are the killer. So yeah, regular system. So that was a pretty large system. If it was 15K for the panels and the inverter, that's a pretty good size system. So, but yeah, but we use Recon Marine batteries. Yeah, the ones that they use here and the same ones they quoted us in Kansas City were the ion lithium. I think that's it. Something like that. Which were the newer ones. But yeah, because they were newer, they were also more expensive. So we're going to be self-sufficient still on the grid. Yeah, and I plan to still be on the grid as well. I'm not planning on to use any of their power unless I absolutely have to. So that'll be my second backup. They're out more than we are. So I don't expect to ever use it. But then I'll have a third backup, which would be an actual gas-powered generator. So... But yeah, we use a lot of power. Our electric bill in the summer is over 300. Yeah, and that's the way we were in Kansas City. Kansas City, my wife was asking me, because our bill right now is running right around $100 here. Yeah, $110, I think is what we paid for the month of July. Omega, thanks for the raid, buddy.
FBI, open up!
Actually, let me get wrennno taken care of. And then, let me do a shout out for Omega. 23 Gamma. Thanks, Omega, for the raid. Appreciate it. I'll do the other shout out here in a second. Saviek, good to see ya. Good to see ya. Appreciate you guys. Welcome, Raiders. Estimate says annual production from the system was going to be more than 9K kilowatt hours. That's excellent. Yeah, that's a really good system. Yeah, that's a big system. I don't like the lithium ion batteries. I'm a firefighter. Yep. And that's exactly it, Respin. They actually, yeah, all the batteries with them. I'll look into the Marine Recon. I haven't heard of those. DLH, good to see ya. Welcome back.
FBI, open up!
KhaleesiEalesi, thanks for the raid. My goodness, you guys. I can't shout out fast enough. KhaleesiEalesi, thanks for the raid. She makes her name so difficult to spell. So, DLH, welcome back. We're talking about solar power, so yeah. But yeah, I agree with you. That's what our budget is for the house with all the fans going in late summer. Yeah. Yeah, so in Kansas City, that's what my wife was asking. It is packed in here. But the in Kansas City, we were paying, I think our lowest electric bill was $250 in the winter. And our highest was like $380, almost $400 in the summer. And so... So yeah, I got 3 shout outs. Oh, seriously. 9 seconds. I had 3 raids right in a 10-minute period, so. But yeah, so. Yeah, and that's not too bad. Like I said, it was what we were used to. Here, Mega, good to see ya. And KhaleesiEalesi, I'll get you that second shout out here in another, I think, 3 minutes. It's got a timeout. But yeah, the here we're paying about $100 a month for the electric, and we're running this air conditioner in these 2 rooms 24/7, 365. So I'm just messing with you. You're always messing with me. If I could spell your name, that would be the key. You would think after all the times you rated me, I would have it as muscle memory. So they're just boat batteries that have been refurbished, so they cost to cycle them out isn't too bad, and you're not able to do a power wall. Yeah, so. Yeah, maintenance on them. Yeah. So yeah, we're talking about solar. We're definitely going to have solar here. And so when we build our house, which was getting closer. So. Our AC died here this week. It was hell. Yeah, see, we've had a lot of power outages lately, and that's where ours has been a problem, because without power, we don't have AC, and Can't do that, so. No AC for DLH. There you go. 27 seconds. Gotta love it. We about took the dog and went to a hotel. Yep, that's what we, like yesterday. So yesterday we were without power for 12 hours. It was a scheduled outage. They were doing some power maintenance on the grid. And so, yeah, we took the dog and we went to, actually they did not only us. Our town was out and all the surrounding towns were out. They were doing some major maintenance. But yeah, we took the dog and we were gone all day at the mall and some other things, got a bunch of stuff done. So reconditioned our marine RV batteries seem to be the way to go. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I don't know if I can get them here, so just take a cold shower or go to Walmart. There you go. There you go. Yeah, here where everybody goes to the mall for the free aircon. So yeah, so very common. But thanks for the raids. Welcome, raiders. Appreciate you guys. I don't know if there's any drops going on right now or not, but if there are, I do have them as available. So watching will get you drops. So, but yeah, so we're doing the mining event tonight. Mining event was supposed to be yesterday. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, I didn't have any power yesterday. So we doing the mining event today. And we may do the mining event again tomorrow and maybe even Friday just to make up for it. So I hate canceling the mining event. So also take a picnic to the park. Yeah, here the park is still too hot. So, but yeah, that's always nice. Abigail, you guys have seen Abigail. She's not a runner, so no drops at the moment. Thanks, Omega. I didn't think there was, so I couldn't remember. I think CCP's doing all the drops. Of course, that was for July. That's about over. So we have a beach here, so we all go stick our feet in the water. There you go. That's not too bad. So, cool wink. Good to see ya. So I build. So yeah, so the ore is what I use to build. So, yep. So yeah, so that's why we do the mining event, is because I always need ore. I always need minerals. So yeah, so I'm always building something. So, but yeah, we do a mining event once a week, normally on Monday nights American time, Tuesday morning Filipino time, which is where I'm at. I'm a American retired from Kansas City that lives in the Philippines now full time. So, for those of you who don't know me. But yeah, so we build. So I built like 1.9K ships during June. Wow. See, I don't build that much. Yeah, I don't build that one. All for handouts to new players. That's a good job. Good job, Khaleesi. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. No worries, Omega. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Sorry I left you high and dry yesterday. We'll catch you next week. But yeah, so still anybody in the a noob in the Philippines. There you go. I've only been in the Philippines. We're working on our 5th month here in the Philippines. So yep, join Goons, join Goon University, follow instructions to get free ships. Good job. Good job. Omega, rest easy. Definitely. Appreciate you, Omega. If you guys aren't following Omega, definitely give Omega a follow. He's awesome streamer. Does a lot of EVE Online. Also has an electronics kind of stream that's pretty good. A technology stream, which is pretty cool. So, Khaleesi, she streams a bunch of different things. Definitely give her a follow. She does EVE Online quite a bit as well. As she mentioned, she's a goon. So don't hold that against her. And then my first raid was from Reno. So thanks again, Reno, for the raid. Yeah, he was playing Eve Frontier. So yeah, nap time for me. There you go. Thanks again for the raid, Khaleesi. Appreciate it. Yeah, he does Raspberry Pi on the side. Yep, yep. I'm hoping he can help me. I need to catch one of his technology streams. I'm hoping he can help me get one of those Pi tablets. I've been wanting to do that. So there's Reno. Appreciate you. But yeah, Khaleesi, have a good one. Rest easy. Appreciate the raid. We're actually coming close to the end of my stream. I usually do about 4 hours. And so we're getting close to that. But we'll hang on for a bit since we got a bunch of raids here. Oh, my better half does that stuff as well if needing help. There you go. 1 year affiliate B-Day, and I was up too late. Did Eveplex giveaways, and I saw you were doing Game of Thrones. I did see that. That's my problem. I don't get on, since I'm streaming in the morning. I get up, I get a shower, and I start streaming. And I really need to get up a little earlier so I can kind of watch these other guys stream so that I can see what they're doing. So, all right, thanks, Omega. I will. Appreciate it. How many Eve wives are there streaming? Yeah, there you go. My wife is not a gamer. Not a gamer. Thinks it's a complete waste of time. Yeah, not many. If he likes it, he's got to put a ring on it. Just a girlfriend. I hear ya. Sometimes that's better. You decide it's not working out. It's a lot easier to get out of. Definitely got to get out some Beyonce. Got to put a ring on it. Sorry, I just realized we're almost 4 hours in and I haven't finished my breakfast yet, so probably got roped into it. I did. There you go. Yeah, DLH is a Eve wife, right? But yeah, so yeah, we're pretty excited. Like I said, we're in a good place. I think we're in a much better place than we were for getting our house done. Now, if the paperwork gets done here in August, we should be able to break ground pretty quick. Pretty much no ring either. Yeah. Like I said, there's some advantages to that. Don't wanna bash anybody on that. So do I, just like he said I would. There you go. I actually like Eve. Yep. It's hard not to like. It's a really good game. And there's something to be said for that. There aren't a whole lot of games that have been around for 20 years, so there's a couple. But I don't think any of them are as diverse as Eve, so he knows me too well. Just skilled into a Hulk. There you go. Well, that's a game changer. Way to go, Al. Start some invention, and we ought to be able to build you one. I think I may have a Hulk blueprint. I'll have to check on that. And the creators keep listening to the community, which is good. Yep, they've learned. They've learned. they didn't always listen to community, and it caused a lot of problems. And so from that perspective, they have learned, and I do got to give them credit for that. So Hulk would be a BPC. That's correct, Caviar. I'm getting there, and I'm getting there too. Yep. Always got to listen to community. So yeah, and I have a few of those. But yeah, I also invent them. So just got porpoise level 2 today as well. So there you go. Porpoise isn't too bad to build either. That's just minerals. That's not a bad one. It's a lot of minerals, but Caviar, good to see you. Thanks for being here. DLH, welcome back. By the way, so but yeah, we're pretty excited about the build. Pretty excited about making some progress. I think we're making progress, so that's always good. So I've got a lot of minerals down in Core Azure. There you go. Yep. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll get you a couple of those. If you got minerals, we'll get you a Cairo. It's a Kairos. And that'll haul those. You'll probably have to make a couple trips, but still, that'll help out with that. Yeah, pickles still. Yeah, you did say you were going to go and do some pickling, so yeah, that's true. That's true. There it is. Cryos. Yep. There's two that are really similar. One's a attack ship, a PvP ship, and the other one is a mineral hauler. And I always get the names confused. The Cryos is the mineral hauler. I can't remember off the top of my head now what the other one is. In an hour, I'll have industrial reconfiguration 4 and shipboard compression technology 1, so I can drag a porpoise out to MPC Sovereign, so I can compress ore instead of having to take so many trips to an oscillator. There you go. There you go. Yeah, the Miasmos is an ore hauler. Yep. And then the Cryos is a mineral hauler. So, and then the Neris is a kind of generic hauler. It'll do either, but it'll do anything, but it doesn't do as much. So I use the Miasmos all the time. So Epithal is for PI. Yep. It's got a huge hold for PI. So yeah, but that's a problem with those guys. So the PI is not too bad because you don't convert it to anything else. But like the Miasmos, I haul all that ore in the Miasmos and I take it to a reprocessing station where I get, I don't know, 78%. And yeah, so when I do that, but then I can't haul the minerals back to anywhere else in the Miasmos. I have to keep a Cryos at that station in order to haul the minerals where I need them to go. So yeah, so it's kind of a pain. Where, like you said, the Eteron Mark V kind of will do it all. It just doesn't do as much. So yeah, so all the niche ones. So yep, 13.5 million. Yep, because I can do both. There you go. Yeah, that's what I like. I like that too. Eteron Mark V. Yep. And that's great for you guys that are selling your PI. Be able to transport to market a lot better. I'm only building PI in order to build ships, so I don't have to buy it off the market. So I never have a whole lot that I have to transport at one time. So I'm always hauling it back to my home station, but it's usually in smaller batches. So whenever it gets done, or whenever I'm trying to build some capital ship component. So, but yeah, they got, all of them have a niche. So, but what else? So yeah, so we were pretty productive yesterday. So even though there wasn't any power, we got a lot done outside the house. I control my supply line too. Yep, that's what I like. Yeah, see, I usually use my prorator for supply line stuff because I like to be able to cloak if I have to. Just in case I run across a gate camp that I wasn't expecting, which doesn't happen that often, but always good to be safe. But unfortunately, it doesn't carry as much as the others, so that's always, that's a trade-off. But yeah, we're definitely not going to finish this belt. There's still a lot more here, so I don't think I've used the Akator. That's one I need to look into. That's one I need to look into. They are some of the slowest ships to be found. That sucks. But I'm sure there's modules that'll speed that up. There always is a module that'll speed that up. So it's got a fleet hangar. There you go. It's not a very big fleet hangar, but still. Oh, we got rats. It's also less risk in the smaller haulers, though. Yep, it's a trade-off. That's true. That's true. 62,500 mech skill. There you go. I like the Iteron with a nullifier and a cloak. There you go. Sorry, I had to clear those rats. Had to clear those rats. Had to clear those rats. But yeah, the Iteron is one of my favorites as well. It is definitely the largest hold that I have. Non-capital. I used my Orca quite a few times to haul stuff around. And that worked out. But only in high sec. So, like I said, I think I'm going to bring the Orca down here. Can't complain about price point either. That's true. That's true. Yeah, it's super cheap. It's super cheap. Super cheap. Almost too cheap. Almost too cheap. Almost too cheap. But yeah, I'm right at the 4-hour mark, so I'm probably gonna give it another 15 minutes and then we'll call her quits. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys switching out with me then. Watch out near Ardeleerbeer. I don't think I've ever been near that one. Unfortunately, I do go by Civila, and that one is always a bad one, so I gotta watch out. But yeah, I'll end up, if I bring the Orca down here, I'll end up doing it off stream. Because unfortunately, you get some stream snipers that want to try and pick you off. They had an ice belt raid by Safety Allies who took the ice belt. Yeah, Safety's the one in Civila as well. Civila and Udema. And so, yeah, so you got Safety terrain. And so, yeah. Which is always frustrating. But they brought their own Orca. Wow. Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Sorry. Back's itching. Back's always itching. Little cloudy today, but it actually says it is not going to rain here for the next 3 days. Which, unfortunately here, I think we're only good for, I don't know, 2 to 3 hours is about all the weather report's good for. So, tempted me, I will tell you. There you go. There you go. So yeah, I'll have to check the weather report again to see if it's still sticking to that, because I can pretty much guarantee it's definitely going to rain sometime in the next 3 days. We are in the rainy season here in the Philippines now, so, but we haven't had any rain. We had rain yesterday. We haven't, prior to that, we had 2 days without rain, but that was like the longest we've gone. So I love a good ninja mining. There you go. In order to do ice belts, do you need ice processing skills? No. You can mine the belts, you just can't reprocess the ore without the ice processing. So you can mine the belts and then sell the ore. You just wouldn't be able to sell the pieces, the components of it by reprocessing it. You do need special miners though. And so in those cases, I don't know if there's a skill associated with them. I don't think so, but only to process and sell the ice products. Yep. So yeah, but there are different types of miners for ice than there are for ore. So that is a different module. But other than that, check out those modules to see what skills you need for those. But I think mining is what covers all of those. Did ice in the winter nexus. There you go. But yeah, definitely don't cut yourself short, because ice, that's how a lot of them make their money, is they buy the ice ore low from people who don't have the processing skills and then sell it, reprocess it and sell all of it higher. So the pieces are worth a lot. And ice is worth a lot. Yeah. Ice is worth a lot. But yeah, so that's always a good one. if you need to make some money. Ice is always a good one to make money off of. Ice and gas. As Blue Gray can tell you. I always throw Blue Gray under the bus about doing all his gas mining, but yeah, he does more gas mining than me, so. But yeah, ice is also very profitable, so. And I don't know, I see a good night from Blue Gray in the chat. I don't know if he was saying good night to somebody else or if he was saying good night to us. Man, there's another one. We just killed 3 rats. And you do more than both of us. Excellent. There you go. There you go. Used for industry, especially making fuel blocks. Yep. Power industry cores like the, yep. Yeah, it's a lot of ice product uses. A lot of ice product uses. So yeah, so that's always a good business. Mining ice. It's just slow and boring. You get 1 piece of ice per cycle. And that's always kind of. But yes, you probably do more. I haven't done gas in a long time. We only do ice when we need water. Heavy water. And we got enough heavy water now to last for quite a while, so. But ice is always a good one to do every once in a while. It is very profitable. Very profitable. Oh, ads are on. So Stromium is used to reinforce the control towers too. Okay, I didn't realize that, but I knew it sold for pretty good. Yeah, I knew it sold for pretty good, so. Let's see who we're gonna raid. Yep, twice a week there. Good, good. Excellent. So yeah, I'll wait till after the ad and then we'll look to see who we're gonna raid. Sorry, I got some cuticles hanging on me. Driving me crazy. But yeah, appreciate you guys. We will be back with Eve again tomorrow. And like I said, we'll probably mine again tomorrow. I feel guilty for missing yesterday, so maybe we'll mine the whole rest of the week. Anybody who wants to do it. Since I know you guys usually have your schedule set up for Monday night, Tuesday morning for me. And so like that's what I always told my wife, if you're gonna make an appointment with us for someplace, don't do it on Tuesday. I don't want to miss my don't want to miss my mining event. So Kasha's doing abyssals. Good. T5s, those are good. Yeah, maybe we'll check them out. That's always a good money maker too. T5s are a little beyond my ability. I actually haven't gotten too much into abyssals. I don't like the timer. I end up doing just about everything in Eve, but when you put me on a timer, it freaks me out. Stresses me out. So I'm up for it, as I'm spending a lot of time here. There you go. You're welcome. You're always welcome. So Skyfiles.
Thanks for the dono.
Thanks for the bits. Yeah, mine too. Mine too. Blue Gray, good to see ya. I thought you were still out there. I saw you said something about good night in the chat, so I wasn't sure if that was to us or if that was something else. So, welcome back from the ads. Skyfiles, thanks again for the dono. For the bits. Alright, let's see who we're going to raid. We got one vote for Kasha. I had to break a bit. Long day. Nope, I understand. I understand. That's the way my day was yesterday. I can't believe we got through it. It was definitely a long day. Definitely a long day. So a lot of sitting around. A lot of sitting around. A lot of sitting around. Kasha doesn't have anybody watching him. So let's go ahead and raid Kasha. We'll give him some love. We'll give him some love. I needed a chill mining day today. Look forward to the next one. I can join. It's been a bit. Like I said, I think we're going to do mining days all day. Or every day this week. So I'm going to do another one tomorrow and another one Friday. So you're welcome to join us. Players killed me early and barricaded me late. I hear you. I hear you. No time trials for Ron. There you go. Yeah, I'm not a time trial guy. Definitely not a time trial guy. Slow and steady. Like a turtle. No problem. My pleasure. My pleasure. So, yeah. So, thanks for watching, everybody. We'll be back same time tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks for the follow, Skyfiles. And I am going to go ahead and raid Kasha. Make sure I get this spelled right. With an underscore at the end. Lego, good to see ya. Jerry Can, always good to see ya. My ARC buddies. I've taken some time off and would love to join the mining. You're welcome to join us, Skyfiles. We're here in Ufine, which is in Galente space. Sky-Fi, okay. And the in-game, if you join the in-game channel, that's where you can request an invite to the mining fleet. So, yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, just go ahead and give him the password. I'm fine with that. You guys, it's all good. Lego, it's all good. He's welcome to join. I said something to my brother as well, but he doesn't have Arc Ascended, so. Lego, Jerry Can, yeah. Sorry, just stumbled onto your channel. Would love to fleet up in mine, though. Definitely join. No worries, no worries. Like I said, you picked a good week, because I normally do it on Monday nights, American time. Tuesday mornings, my time. I'm in the Philippines. But I missed yesterday, so I feel guilty. So we're going to do mining all week. So all the rest of the week. So I stream Monday, my time, Monday through Friday in the mornings, Sunday night through Thursday night, American time. So yeah, so from your perspective, we're going to do it. So, already rated.